Anyway, let's play this trailer and watch it together. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. I think I've got the sound for it on. I'm pretty sure. Yes, let's go. You hear it? Yes.
Few mortals ever glimpse what you're about to see.
I've already been humming this music before the stream.
But don't be alarmed.
Kitty.
I'm here with you. Now, open your eyes.
Squirrel.
Master, you are the chosen one.
Dun dun dun. There you go. There you go. Okay, yes. Well, that's what we're going to be playing today. How do I get rid of this shiznit? Oh, let me turn off display capture. There we go. Okay, there you go. We did it. What happened? Right, I can close that now. The Steam page. Gizmo Duck, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. If anyone here, by the way, isn't in our Discord, I'd like to join the Discord. It's going to be a chaotic stream today. I apologise. I'll do my best, honestly. There's so much happening. But yeah, there's a link in the chat to the Discord. If anyone would like to join the Discord, go ahead and join us. We have a Baldur's Gate channel in there now, as of today, where you can share all your, advice for me when I'm being really bad at the game, because I don't know what to do. I did have, a look at a video before the stream. Jaw Raptor to see what kind of classes there were to try to help me decide, because there's just so many. There's so many. Yes. Okay. Right. Let me put the game audio back on again. There we go. I did fiddle around with all the settings before the stream, made sure everything was set up. I did turn off nudity. I don't know how spicy the spiciness is, so we're just gonna go with it, and if we get into trouble, we might just have to reverse out of it. I don't know. First hour of stream is character creation. That's it. Yeah, I'm so excited about that. Yeah, and in basically just over 15 minutes, the merch store is launching as well. I'm super excited. Okay, so new game. Oh God, the first decision. Explorer, narrative, no. Placing story before combat. Balanced, I guess. Balanced adventure full of challenging choices. Yes. That one. Okay. Ooh. Allow access. Oh, there we go. We crank up the volume. Opening cinematic. I haven't seen this, chat. Can you hear it? Is it loud enough for you? Cranked it up. Try not to speak so I'm not a booming voice over the sound. You can turn the sound up if you want to. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. I'm going to play as the worm. Ew, 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 ew. Oh my God. Oh God. Jesus. Oh really? Full armored shield, paladin worm. Ew! Oh my god, that's my worst nightmare. Oh my goodness. Crikey. Grins evilly.
Who are you?
I don't know. Who am I? Crisis. Okay, hold on. Let me crank it down just a wee bit. There we go. So I did adjust all the sound settings. There's always a bit of like a gamble. I want to keep on pop-ups, yes. There's always a bit of a gamble. God, it looks gorgeous. Can I just be her? She's gorgeous. It's always a bit of a gamble when I first start playing a new game. Because I never know what the volume levels to do, but I think these should be okay. Hopefully. My OBS is lagging right now for me. We are on very high settings and things. Okay. Right. Origin. Oh my god, this is going to take a while. Randomize. No. So origin characters. So do I pick somebody I like the look of initially? Can I just be her? She's a babe. Sound is good. Leave as it is. Perfect. Thank you, Billy. Grins evilly, as I said, discussing now 4 hours of characterization. Yeah, I still haven't got past it. Go custom. Oh yeah, custom obviously, yeah. Oh, we're on randomize. Custom, yes. So how do we do this? We pick one of these people and then we edit it. Is that how it works? Make a custom. How do I do that? Origin is pretty much a pre-made character. I see. So what do I do? Edit appearance. I'm stuck already. Click proceed. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I just want to look like her. She's like a goddess. Click paste to the left. Go to race now. Here. Where is race? Chat, I'm stuck already. Pace. What? Back. Oh, God. Oh, race. I see. Origin. Okay, I'm with you. 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 Okay, cool. I'm failing at the very first thing. Okay, I got to pick my race. And then, so I guess I do race next. Okay, and then I choose how I want to play. Is that how it works? I was thinking about maybe playing a druid or something. Name first. Okay. Name first? Oh, the screen before was race. This is very overwhelming. Follow all the bullets on the left. Okay. Well, there's no option to put the name in yet, is there? Right. Origin, and then we pick one of these. Okay, so we got elf. Okay. She's a babe. Tiefling. Drow. Like, rotate them. I can rotate them. She's also a babe. Human. Interesting. Gith Yankee. I'm not sure about this general appearance. Now, I am very aesthetically, led. So I might not choose things that I don't enjoy. Dwarf. I don't identify as a dwarf. Half elf. Babe. Like it. Halfling. Teeny tiny lady. Not really my style. Gnome. Also not really my thing. Dragonborn. I mean, maybe if I haven't slept. Do you know what I mean? Half orc. No. No, not for me. Okay. I do like the way the elves look. Not into the horns. Don't mind the drow or dro. I don't know how to say it. Does this affect what I can play as? If you pick Dragon Ball, I will send you a stickers. Caster, a warrior. Caster. Yeah. Identify is it? Hello, Fight Now. Welcome everybody who's joining us. Name change after first proceed, then you're done with the stuff on the left. Guess your race affects your choice of abilities. Demon girls are hot. On the bottom you have racial features. I see. I see. Okay, thank you. I told you I'm going to need you all today. Okay. So the elves, you can move at 9 meters per turn. Elven weapon training, so that's their racial speed. Elven weapon training. You have proficiency with longsword, short bow, and longbow. Okay. Oh gosh. Dark vision. You can see in the dark up to 12 meters. Okay. Fey ancestry. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep. Okay. Tiefling. Nah. Base racial speed, you can move 9 meters. You can see up to 12 meters in the dark. Hellish resistance. You have resistance to fire damage, taking only half damage from it. Drow. Driven to the Underdark, most Drow have adopted a ruthless pragmatism, while the Lolth sworn delight in the goddess evil tenets, the Seldarine reject her attempt to overthrow the leader of the Elven pantheon. The music is lovely. Proficiency with rapier, short sword, and hand crossbow. You see up to in the dark up to 24 meters. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep. Human. You can move up to 9 meters per turn. You have weapon proficiency with spears, pikes, halberds, and glaives, and armor proficiency with light armor and shields. Select an additional skill to be proficient in. Your carrying capacity is increased by a quarter. I don't want to be this person. I hate to insult her. With a ruthlessness born from mind flayer enslavement, Githyanki ride the astral sea atop red dragons, bringing their silver swords and psionic might to bear against the trace of the Illithid menace. A lot from my brain. Gain proficiency in all skills of a chosen ability. Conjuration cantrip. Create an invisible spectral hand that can manipulate and interact with objects. Okay. Martial prodigy. A lifetime of relentless training gave you armor proficiency with light and medium armor, as well as proficiency with a short sword. Which one is good as a druid? or a magician of some kind of sorcerer? Felteus, hello, lovely. Thank you. I did say at the very beginning, but thank you so much for the tip so I could buy this game. I appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Drow, wicked, nice. They're wicked. Illithid is the dude you saw handing out wins. Drow or elf? Or half elf. I like the way the elves look aesthetically. Drows are like also hot but blue. Cool. Or the, what did you say, halfling? I don't want to be a half thingy. Half thingy. Just go as a I don't want to be an orc. I think honestly the hottest one is one I'd want to go for. Drows are elf from the Underdark. You can go half butt. Oh my god, butt spot. Thank you, Calteus. Thank you. Be a gnome called Gnome Alone. Half butt seems like a great race. Yes. Drows are elves. So can I be an elf and like a druid / like sorcerer type person? They prefer the dark. Kalendros, tell me what to pick. Okay. Weapons. Proficiency, simple weapons. Skills, athletics, religion, insight, perception, intimidation. Hello, Phantom. It's athletics, religion, insight, perception, intimidation. Oh gosh. Elf with subrace or wood elf, then druid or sorcerer will look for class would be a good call. Elf is race and druid is class, so you can definitely be both. Merkis, thank you for the follow. Skills are based on your class, so don't worry about these now. Okay, you'll change that. Cole Conan, thank you for the follow. Anna wants to play druid so she can romance the bear. I don't want to romance a bear. Oh my word. I will go drow, but that is because I love that race. Yeah, I feel I'm like drawn to this lady basically because I think she's hot. Honestly, that's it. But sport is, yeah. Because the only choices, my favourite choices are elf or drow. But I kind of want to be this lady, honestly. They all look fabulous, and the graphics and everything look incredible and beautiful already. Such a pretty game. Let's go elf, because I just like this lady. Right, what do I do next? Do I choose the sub-race? Okay, high elf or wood elf? Okay, okay, we can do this. High elf. Heirs of the mystical Feywild, high elves value magic in all its forms, and even those who do not study spellcraft can manipulate the weave. Okay. And then wood elf. These elves spend their reclusive lives in Faerun's forests. Decades of training in archery and camouflage are enhanced by an otherworldly swiftness. So high elf. Strength, constitution, dexterity, wisdom. Okay. What is that? Charisma. Oh, yeah. Fire bolts. Rage. While raging, you're stronger and you deal 2 extra damage. Okay. Oh, that's that's for barbarians. Okay, I got to pick that next. I got to pick my class next. So I should maybe ignore the barbarian bit. So what is the difference between... Okay, so high elves do fire damage. Okay, we'll have like perks and fire damage. And wood elves have better movement speed. I see. So I'm going to appreciate that if I go druid. Is that right? Wood elf for druid, high elf for wizard. Oh, God. I see. If you want to go druid, go wood elf. For the wizard, go high elf. Stats will change with class 2. Particular classes buff in hit points and agility. Anna, cool. But is she pretty? Yeah, basically. Cantrips are low-level spells. I see. So wood elf, you think, for... Yes. But I like the way she looks, chat. Do we change our class just because I like this lady? What do we do? You can change her skin colour. So can I make her look like her? Edit appearance. Wood elf. Okay, we'll go wood elf. Well done, everybody. You're doing fantastically. Okay, we're going to go wood elf. Class. Oh, gosh. Druid. Okay, we'll talk through each of them. Okay. Barbarian. The strong embrace the wild that hides inside them. Keen instincts, primal physicality, and most of all, an unbridled, unquenchable rage. Raging. Okay, we know about rage. While raging, you are stronger and you deal 2 extra damage with melee and improvised weapons when throwing objects. Class features unarmored defense. While not wearing armor, you add your constitution modifier on your armor to your armor class. While wearing heavy armor impedes your rage. Okay, bard. I did like the look of this, honestly. Oh my. Bard, you know music is more than a fancy, it is power. Through study and adventure, you have mastered song, speech, and the magic within. Cantrips. Enchantments. Oh, gosh. Insult a creature. Okay. Blade ward. Take only half damage from bludgeoning piercing. Okay. Healing words. Dissonant whispers. Frightening creatures. Tasha's hideous laughter. Leave a creature prone with laughter without the ability to get up. Heroism. Make yourself or a target immune to frightened and gain 5 temporary hit points. Okay. Alright. Cleric. Clerics are representatives of the gods they worship, wielding potent divine magic for good or ill. Resistance. Guidance. Sacred flame. And then spells. Guiding bolt. Healing word. Inflict wounds, shield of faith, and bane. Class features. Spell slots unlocked. Okay. Okay, cool. Druid. This is what I was interested in. Just because I like animals, honestly. Transmutation cantrip. Your staff or club becomes magical. It deals 4 to 11 bludgeoning damage and uses your spellcasting ability for attack rolls. Thorn whip. I said thorn whip. Transmutation cantrip pulls the creature 3 meters closer to you. This target can't be pulled if it's huge in size. Spells. Ice knife. Throw a shard of ice that deals 1 to 10 piercing damage. It explodes and deals 2 to 12 cold damage to anyone nearby. It leaves an ice surface. Thunder wave. Release a wave of thunderous force that pushes away all creatures and objects. On save, targets still take half damage. Cure wounds. What is a cure wound? Cure wounds. Heal a creature you can touch. Okay, healing wound. Heal a creature you can see. And then enhance leap. Triple a creature's jumping distance. Okay. I guess once you've done all this, maybe the choices will be better when you get into the game. Question mark? Okay. Fighter. We're just going to go through these briefly, though. Fighters have mastered the art of combat, wielding weapons with unmatched skill and wearing armor like a second skin. Second wind healing. Monk. Channel your cosmic enlightenment by deftly dodging and efficiently disassembling your foes through stunning strikes and a whirlwind of martial art attacks. Oh my god, so much reading. Whew. Flurry of blows. Bludgeoning. Punch twice in quick succession. Class features. Ki. Magic that flows through all living beings. Okay. An armored defense. Martial arts death strikes. And bonus unarmed strike. Paladin. Lay on hands. Healing. Divine sense. Gain advantage on attack rolls against celestial fiends and undead. Channel oath charges. You gain the ability to channel the power contained in your paladin oath, which you can use to fuel certain actions. Replenished by short or long rest. Ranger. Rangers are unrivaled scouts and trackers, honing a deep connection with nature in order to hunt their favoured prey. Beast tamer. Summon a familiar or fey spirit that takes on animal form of your choosing. Rogue. With stealth, skill, and uncanny reflexes, Rogue's versatility lets them get the upper hand in almost any situation. Sneak attack, melee and ranged. Sorcerer. Sorcerers are natural spellcasters, drawing on inherent magic from a gift or bloodline. Bone chill, acid splash, true strike, light. Spells, chromatic orb, magic missile. Class features. You gain 2 level 1 spell slots which are restored on a long rest. Okay, 2 left. Warlock. Bound by a pact to an all-powerful patron. Warlocks trade their loyalty for supernatural abilities and unique magic. Eldritch Blast, Blade Ward. Okay. Wizard. Last one. Wizards master the arcane by specialising in individual schools of magic, combining ancient spells with modern research. Firebolt, Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, and then spells Mage Armour, Fog Cloud, Grease, Thunder Wave, Sleep, and Magic Missile. Arcane Recovery. Replenish spell slots while out of combat. You can restore spell slots above 5th level. There you go. So I was thinking about going Druid, because I want to play as different animals. I thought that'd be kind of cool. Click Show All. What happened? What happened there? Shall we have a look at the merch store, which is now live, chat? I'm going to move this over. So yes, after almost 2 years, we finally have a merch store. There we go. It's here. Someone bought a shirt already. I didn't see the thing pop up. Oh my goodness. The shirt lies. Why didn't I see it? It didn't pop up, did it? It did pop up. Oh, good. Oh, good. I didn't see who bought it. Nefanor. Who did it? Popped up squirrel voice. It did. We could see it. I didn't see it. I was too busy reading. Okay, I'm glad it popped up. Anyway, this is the merch store. It's annabriella.co. There's a link in the chat. ! merch at some point. Mortal, thank you so much, Mortal. Thank you, thank you. Yes, should we keep this lovely music in the background? So yeah, this is our merch store. I will just very quickly run through what it is. We have some like clothing items on the front. There are 3 different types of hoodie. I'll be in the cookie corner for the turd wallets amongst us. There's Coolwood Crew. There's 2 different types of Coolwood Crew from our Valheim homies. And each of these comes in like a bunch of different colours. You can have whatever kind of flavour you want. Bunch of different sizes. These things are all made by Fourth Wall, who have like, yes, hosting the site and everything like that. Here is the Cookie Corner t-shirt. On the back there is an A, which is the new A for the channel. Forward Crew for my homies. Different colours for everybody, and these have an A on the arm. There you go. Doesn't have Anna Briella splashed across the front. I mean, you know what I mean? Let me know if you want that, but I didn't think you'd want to wear that. People are like, what the hell is that? Here are the t-shirts. Okay. And then, so these are the clothing items. And then we have a bunch of other things, aneurisms, I'm calling them, because things I say generally. We have a Fudgsicles mug. There's a lot of mugs. You can have this in loads of different colours. There you go. There's a tie-dye t-shirt with an A on the side, if you fancy that kind of thing. And then there's these mugs. We've got the cookie corner. They come in 2 different sizes, by the way, all of them. They come in at 11 ounces. Oops. 11 ounces and 15 if you want a bigger mug. There's three in black. There's the 3 ones that are on the hoodies and the t-shirts. And then the rest of them are white mugs. We've got Corwood Crew, 2 different types like the hoodies and t-shirts. Full Damage is the real boss. Nafanor. Oh my goodness, Nafanor. Nafanor, thank you so much. Thank you so much. My goodness. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. You put so much. We have a bunch of like Valheim related things, channel related stuff. And yes, all like specific to our channel. An excellent boatsman. Sorry I was distractified. I don't know the swear words. The memes from the channel. Turd Wallets Assemble. Squirrel, obviously. These are Valheim related. If you play Valheim, you will get it. The kitty is the boss because there's a lot of kitty lovers here. And then we have a couple of Conan related. Well, we have another cookie corner one in the mug. These are Conan related. Always pork your thralls, you know, very important. And I put all my friends in the wheel, if you can't read that. There's a little poster with I'm an excellent boatsman on it, if you identify as an excellent boatsman. There's a water bottle, a tumbler, and a glass. The glass you can't see here, but the glass has... I don't know why I can't see that. I don't have forced dark mode on, do I? No, I don't. Normally, I don't know why you can't see the A. It's just my Opera is not working properly. Oh, you can see it on your screen, but not I can't see it on mine for some reason. Oh, there you go. You can see the A, can't you? Yeah, on my screen it's kind of like... This is like almost impossible to see anything. So there you go. That's the merch. Oh, I didn't show you. These are the badges. If you want like a little selection of all the little Anna-isms, these are some badges with some of the memes on them, basically. So there you go. And these come in 2 different sizes. The larger size, 2.25 inches and 1.25 inches. So there you go. You see it. Perfect. That's the store. Help yourselves if you want to. It's going to be there. There's no timer on it. If you like, there's no like FOMO and stuff like that. I hope you enjoy it. And you know, thank you everybody so much. It's American. It's based in the US. It ships from the US. Yep. Because like 25% of you are from the US basically. So Greenland. It's from Greenland, yes. There you go. I won't bore anybody. People who are here just for Baldur's Gate and are like, dude, get on with it. We will move on from this. But the merch store is now live and I'm very excited to show it to you. There you go. I will leave that up. Let's go back to the game, shall we? But yes, as of right now, it is now live. Countdown is over. We shut down these things. There we go. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys so much for everybody who's already bought something. I really appreciate that. It's so nice of you. I've been busy like a freaking busy bee recently, so sorting it out. And yes, let me have some water. I've been talking a lot. People who have Baldur's Gate, go buy some badges. That's it. Yes, go buy some badges. Let me pour some water from my flask. Need some mugs to make it mug cake in. Ah, and drink my medicated teas. Ah, thank you, lovely. That's very sweet of you. I hope you like them. I had a lot of fun making them, so... Oh, right, let's have some water. There's a lot of talking today. This orange squash, if you know what that is. All right. Character creation. Let's get back to it, shall we? Oh, right. Let's go druid, shall we? Cantrips. Okay. Cantrips. Do I have to make choices? No. Oh, God. I have to choose things? Oh, chat. Is it a squashed orange? Yeah, it's basically... Do you have cordial in Denmark? It's like a fruit... Here, we have fruit squash all the time. We just basically mix water with it. Right, tell me what to do next, people. Select cantrips. Change your cantrip selection by choosing from the spell list below. Cantrips don't use spell slots and can be cast at will. So we have selected transmutation, obviously, because we're a druid, and thorn whip. Okay. So how many can I choose? Okay, so I can have just 2. Okay, so the choices are guidance. The target gains 1d4 plus bonus to ability checks. Okay. Poison spray. Project a puff of noxious gas. Produce flame. Flame in your hand sheds a light in a 9-meter radius. Resistance. Make a target more resistant to spell effects and conditions. Okay. We need transmutation, don't we? Is that the thing that's going to help us? Stafford Club becomes magical. It deals bludgeoning damage. Oh, I don't know how to choose. And then we have okay, Thorn Whip. Transmutation. Okay, they stay up there. Okay. You get 2. You get more as you level up. Ah, yes. We'll have the option to switch them on level if you have limited slots. I see. You can switch them around when you're resting. I see. As a Divine Caster, druids do not have to select which spells they know. The 2 selected are recommended and usually good choice. How do I reset? Is this what they start with? These 2 are what they start with, yes? Transmutation, it's a school of magic. Spell is Schiller. I see. Yes. Okay, so we stick with those. Background Acolyte. Oh, God. Okay. So we have to choose... Okay, this is where we choose what we want ourselves to be, our story, right? Okay. So, you have spent your life in service to a temple, learning sacred rites and providing sacrifices to the god or gods you worship. Serving the gods and discovering their sacred work will guide you to greatness. Insight, religion. Okay. Charlatan. You're an expert in manipulation, prone to exaggeration, oh no, and more than happy to profit from it. Bending the truth and turning allies against each other will lead to greater success down the road. I don't want to be a bad... Do I want to be a bad guy? Criminal. You have a history of breaking the law and survive by leveraging less than legal connections. Profiting from criminal enterprise will lead to greater opportunities in the future. Skills, deception and stealth. Entertainer. You live to sway and subvert your audience, engaging common crowds and high society alike. Preserving art and bringing joy to the hapless and downtrodden heightens your charismatic aura. I'm drawn to her. Folk hero. You're a champion of the common people, challenging tyrants and monsters to protect the helpless. Saving innocents to imminent danger will make your legend grow. Skills, animal handling, survival. Might that be a good thing? Shillelagh. What is that? Is that how you say it? You are a sage, you always sing. Oh, I do. I don't know what you're talking. Mortal. You're more than welcome to spam when you buy stuff from Mitchell. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope you like them. My goodness. Which one is the turd wallet background? The only turd wallet thing is the turd wallet's a symbol mug. I haven't made a turd wallet because, you know, maybe one day. Yes. Folk hero. You're a champion of the common people. Okay, yes. Guild artisan. Your skill in a particular craft has earned you membership in a mercantile guild, offering privileges and protection while engaging in your art. Repairing and discovering rare crafts will bring new inspiration, skills, insight, and persuasion. Noble. You were raised in a family among the social elite, accustomed to privilege and power. Accumulating renown, power, and loyalty will raise your status. Outlander. You grew up in the wilds, learning to survive far from the comforts of civilization. Surviving unusual hazards of the wild will enhance your prowess and understanding. Sage. You are curious and well-read, with an unending thirst for knowledge. Learning about rare lore of the world will inspire you to put this knowledge to greater purpose. Skills, Arcana, History. Soldier. You are trained in battle, tactics, and combat, having served in a militia, mercenary company, or officer corps. Show smart tactics and bravery on the battlefield to enhance your prowess. Skills, Athletics, Intimidation. Urchin. Oh no. After surviving a poor and bleak childhood, you know how to make the most out of very little. Using your street smarts bolsters your spirit for the journey ahead. Skills, Sleight of Hand, and Stealth. Holy potatoes. So will this affect my abilities as a druid? Do I need to go for like animal handling? I want to see Anna's vision of a turd wallet. I need a new wallet actually. Well, wait. Outlander is nice for druid theme. No, it won't affect it. Do you mean it's good just because it fits in with the story? It's just skills and some dialogue. In some sort, yes. It only changes what skills you have. It's just a backstory. Druid has animal handling already. Yeah. I don't know, will it enhance it? That's the thing, I suppose. What am I drawn towards? Not that. I don't necessarily want to start off as a bad guy. Maybe later we'll play a bad guy. Entertainer. Acrobatics and performance. I mean, I'm like drawn to that, obviously. Folk hero. Nah. Yeah. Although animal handling. Guild artisan. Nah. Not noble. Outlander. This kind of fits the story, I guess. Athletics. Not sage, really. Not soldier. Maybe soldier. Not urchin. They're not bad guys. They're just misunderstood. Noble. Bad guy. Woohoo. Yeah, I would like to do like a playthrough as a bad guy. What do we pick, friendos? It's between entertainer and outlander. Changes what skills you're proficient, which skills get a bonus. So maybe we go for outlander. Maybe entertainer should be like if you're a bard. And outlander may be better for what we're doing. Entertainer, you play as though your character is live streaming whilst you are live streaming. Outlander is a good butt. Thank you, Buttspot, for editing Dirge's message. Indeed, Outlander is a good butt. Okay, let's go Outlander. You will get to pick some more skills depending on your class. Okay, let's go for Outlander. All right, abilities. So can I change these, or is this just what I have now? Can I like... Yes, I can change the way that the points are spent. Use recommended. Assign ability points to get the recommended values for your chosen class. So this is already balanced for my particular class. You can change them. So far, 45 minutes in the 2-hour character creation. I think I'm doing very quick. I'm being very quick, Kel. And we did like a showcase of the merch store. Plus and minus, however, wisdom. You want high. Okay. You want high. So do you recommend that I edit any of these, chat? What do you think? The fact that it's already given me like a balanced amount of skills for the game makes me think maybe I don't know. What is oh wait, let's look through them. Okay. So strength, muscles and physical power affects your effectiveness with melee weapons, also determines how far you can jump and how much you can carry. Dexterity, agility, reflexes and balance affects your effectiveness with ranged and finesse weapons, also affects your initiative and armor class. Constitution, stamina and physical endurance affects your hit point maximum. +2 saving throws. Okay. Intelligence, memory and mental. I need this. Memory and mental power. Improves spellcasting for wizards. Wisdom. Senses and intuition. Improves spellcasting for clerics, druids, and rangers. Charisma. Force of personality. Improves spellcasting for bards, paladins, sorcerers, and warlocks. Influences traders and prices. So wisdom is already like the highest anyway. Take your time. Characterization is the fun part. Yeah. Bear in mind, as a druid, if you're in an animal form, your physical stats will be changed to that of the animal. Yeah. This is the harder part of the game for me. You haven't gotten to the character creation, character appearance yet. Yeah. OG's recommended unless you plan on multi-classing later on. If you use the shillelagh cantrip, you get to use wisdom for weapon attacks. I think we're going to stick with what they're recommending. Those stats are good for druid. Okay, let's stick with them. Okay, prepare spells. You can only cast from a limited selection of spells at a time. Select which spells you have prepared from the total list of spells you know. Spells must be prepared outside of combat. You can't cast spells in animal form. Strength is not that useful. Dex can be used as your attack stat with some weapons and ranged weapons, but also gives some defense. Okay. Cure wounds, entangle. So cure wounds, heal a creature you can touch. No effect on undead and constructs. Entangle. Create a vine surface, slowing down creatures, possibly entangling them. Goodberry. Transmutation spell. Healing. Conjure 4 magical berries into your or a companion's inventory. Creatures who eat a berry regain hit points. Berries disappear after a long rest. Thunder wave. Release a wave of thunderous force that pushes away all creatures and objects. Do I just go with what they give us? Ice knife. The other alternatives are ice knife, fog cloud, speak with animals. Ooh. Animal friendship. Do I get to pick these later? Overload your friends with berries. Defaults are good here as well as good druid. You can change known spells once every. And okay, aka my turn spot. Yeah, let's stick with what they suggested then. I like it. Okay, are we doing proceed now? Are we ready? Edit appearance. Is this it now? Is this the beginning? Edit appearance. Can choose them very soon. Okay. All right. So body type. Let's show the different body types. So this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. So a lady, but kind of like more like athletic, kind of thicker. I mean, or is she kind of like more androgynous? Hard to say actually. Okay, so 2 types of dude. Oh, you know, dude presenting. So a smaller dude and a thicker dude. A smaller lady and a thicker lady. I mean, I like her, I guess. We'll go with that and we can always change the thickness later once we've like worked on her a bit, shall we? Otherwise we'll never get past this. I love that face. I think it's beautiful. Oh, hello. Right, these are the heads. Okay. I don't like the like proportions here. Head 3. She's pretty. What is the difference? Are they the same face? Eyebrows are different. Makeup slightly different. Nose is the same. Mouth is mostly the same. What is the difference? Both have slightly pointy ears. Hair the same colour. Chat, what's the difference? Chat. 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 I don't know the difference. She's got more freckles. Turn the head. Oh, she is slightly different, isn't she? Yeah. I mean, I both would get it, right? Do you know what I'm saying? No? Unless... I like this one better, I think. How much am I going to see her? Honestly. I'm like, I can't decide. I can't decide. This one has like more natural skin tone. This one's like more heavily made up, right? It's the shape of yours. Is it the skull shape? Don't forget the voice. Jawline is different. One freckle is missing on one. Looks more sultry than the other. Skin texture. We want a proper British accent. I'll do my very best, chat. Do you know what I'm saying? I think I like her better. She's prettier. I don't know. There's a lot of freckles, though. Yeah, I like her face better. Her eyes closer together. Oh, I don't know. This is where we like. This is where we come into like. I guess they do look slightly different between these two pictures. I just like her better, I think. Okay, these are more... Oh, we haven't even been through all the faces yet. Not for her. She's still pretty and stuff, but she's not, you know. Okay, pretty. Cool. Okay. So it's between these two almost identical people who I cannot simply make a choice between because they look so similar. I think she's ever so slightly more feminine, I think. What about her nose? Oh, God. We're going to go with her because, you know. Okay, skin colour. Oi, 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 oi. So I want to aim for the skin colour of that, like, pretty lady on the first page. So we've got wood tones, neutral tones, cool tones, warm tones, blush tones, pallid tones. So I think we're going to go for like a neutral. Oh, she's so much prettier already. Neutral tones, cool tones. We haven't decided on a hair colour yet, have we? Okay, to show you a few of these different. See how well they've done the darker colours. Okay. Nice range of colours, honestly. Pallid. This is going to affect, like, if I can change her hair colour, then this is going to affect the skin colour that I'm going to go for. So we're going to pick a skin colour. And then we're going to, like, we'll choose hair because that's going to affect it. I can tell you. Okay, we'll confirm that for now. Scarring, I don't want any scarring, but I'll show you the scarring. Scar 1, a bit on the chin. Scar across the face. On the left side. Down here. Across the nose. Across the nose and left that side of the cheek. A couple of little scars. Ooh. Oi, 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 oi. Burns. Okay, no scars. Maturity. Oh, okay. So we see like some lines forming. Okay, we're gonna go like, we want to make our best selves. Oh, you can change the amount of freckles. I might go like minimal. She's already got loads of freckles on like minimal freckles. We'll go with minimal freckles because there's already still a few. Oh, freckle intensity. Maybe we go loads of freckles but like low intensity. That doesn't change a huge amount. Oi, oi, oi. Get some sunscreen, lady. Okay, low freckles, low intensity, just for a smattering. Vitiligo pigmentation. Oi, oi, oi. Well, if you have vitiligo, you might want to represent yourself, so fair enough. We're going to go with none. Okay. So I'm not set on this skin colour yet, chat. Just want to make that really clear. Okay. What next? Where is the hair colour? How do I change? Can I not change a hair colour? Look how I feel. Some skin colours were hidden behind a thing on top in skin selection. Oh, should we listen to the voices?
Where to next?
That's a dude's voice to me, personally. Have I turned the volume back up again enough? Yes, you can definitely hear that louder than I can even.
What was that?
Okay,
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
turn this up.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
More of those wretched things.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
Where to next?
What was that?
Maybe 2.
Let's hope the locals...
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Be wary.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
More of...
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
Where to next?
I think
What was
2.
that?
You like 8.
Let's hope...
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
You like 8. Right size. 2 or 4. So let's listen to 8 again. Wait.
Beware.
It's opened. I wonder what...
More of...
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
4 is
feel its
okay.
aura.
Be wary.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
Oh, chat.
There's magic.
Where to?
What was that?
Let's...
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
I'm all for 3.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
We want to talk like this, don't we? Yeah, there's a bit of a problem. She's got this little pixie elfish kind of like look about her, and she's like, "What's going on here, lads?"
It's opened.
I was immediately
What's
drawn.
back there?
I was immediately drawn to 2. I think we're gonna go 2. So how do I change her hair color? I assume I can. Oh, here. General. Okay. So let's do hair color next. Then we can choose, or hair generally, and then we can sort out her like skin color. Okay. So we've got bald. Okay. Plucky, fable. You want to be careful how you say that, don't you? You don't want to like repeat that too many times. Plucky, fable. Hubris. Okay. Interesting. Rapscallion. I love this one called Rapscallion. What a Rapscallion. Okay. Languid bandit. Okay. Arabelle ribbon. Okay, she's got a bit of a man bun situation. Foxtail. Okay. Shall I zoom out a bit? Foxtail. Okay. Partial eclipse. Okay. Bruna braids. Okay, not my kind of thing. Top knot. It's very Anna. Piranha tooth mohawk. What names? Okay. Tidy mohawk. She's got like braids down the sides and a bun at the back. Filled wings. Okay. Poppy bud. Wow, that's very like elfy or fey, isn't it? Bohemian. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that one a lot. Busy promenade. Okay. Cauldron foam. Interesting name. I love the names. Rover's tumble. Pretty. Very nice like hair texture. Looks very realistic. Rover's tumble. Mongoose tail. We're probably going to go like long, big hair at some point. This is very pretty. I like that. Mongoose tail. Luskan plume. Longer. Bakery buns. I love that. That looks very pretty. I won't choose it though. Troberitz knot. Very nice. Orc screws. Okay. Lone wolf bun. Okay. Bun at the back. Baywild trickster. Solemn. What is it? Solemn huntress. Okay. Knife honed. Pincer movement. Springtime entanglement. My goodness. Saucy name. Sounds like a... Yes. Carrion feathers. Gorgon. Okay, kind of like semi-dreads, semi-not dreads. Neverwinter scarf. Oh. Oh, I love that one so much. I think we might have a winner. Okay, Neverwinter scarf. Duster. Bone dance braids. Duchess coronet. Seashell garden. Dryad. What is it? Ramhorn cascades. Nice, but not my thing. Portrait model. Also nice, but not my thing. Don't like the fringe or the bangs. Dewdrop. Okay. Dulusk sojourn. Academy dropout. It's like braids at the back. It's like a, what do you call it? What is that called? Fishtail? No, what is it called? 4 hours later, we're all pro hat. Oh god. I mean, some people will want to see these anyway. Myth Maker. Bramble Thicket. Fence board shavings. Sensible extravagance. It's cute on her. Hides the ears a bit, do you know what I'm saying? She's like, I beg your pardon. Dandelion. That's very cute. Loom span. Scooped Sedilla. Wait. Halid. Kalid? I don't know how to say that. It's kind of pretty. Pyrrhus. Oi. Wind blown. Valiant heart. Oh my god, there are so many! Okay, we're gonna speed up through these. Oh god, oh my goodness. This is called It's Time to Shave Your Head. That's what this one's called. River Shaman. That's pretty. Moonshade Cap. Water something. Water Davian Scholar. Wavelet. Savant. Highbrow. Low Moralist. Bonbons. Saucer Girls. What is it? Elvis? Oh, Eerie Peak. What is it? Elvis? I was like, okay. Conqueror. Okay. Knave Braid. Fair Forester. Chrysalis Pod. Oh, I can spin her. Bardic Inspiration. She looks very pretty like that, I have to say. Orchestra Wings. Elysium Fan. Twisted Sinister. Maudlin Pixie. Faerun, what is this? Fantasia. Okay. Willow Tears. Precision Bolt. Gemstone Droplet. Ballerina Bun. Interplanar Braids. Braided Bunches. Cute. Layered Bob. Also cute. I like that. Windswept something. Windswept. Willow Wisp. Pinned and Perfect. Veiled Evocation. Immortality. Oh, we're nearly there. Flaunting Bounce. Inkeep Braid. Wildcat. Nice. I like that. I think we're going to go with this one that I absolutely fell in love with. This one. Ah, this is like right up my street. Wave Brunt or Font. Willow Tears. What was the first one again? You always say the first one. So we're going to go with Neverwinter. First one was Bald. Bald. Anyway. Yes, I'm in love with this hair. It's so pretty. Oh my god, I love it so much. So, hair colour. Oh my goodness. Oh god. Every conceivable type of blonde. This is where we have to choose the hair first, then we'll choose the skin tone later. I like this colour. This is the colour that, honestly, as somebody who was a blonde child and then, like, as an Italian, my hair went dark when I got to, like teens, kind of pre-teens. I never really gotten over the fact that my hair went dark. And I'm kind of obsessed with this colour. You'll find me using this colour in a lot of things. That's kind of nice. Blonde. I I like this kind of colour. Blonde ash. I like that as well on her. Oh, I do like that. Blonde ash. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, chat. Just gonna, like, without reading them all, like, just cycle through them all. The strawberry blonde kind of colours. Dusty colours. You can find your own hair colour. Auburny colours. These are lovely. Really nice. Like, gorgeous character creation. Honestly. Black, brown, black, red, blue. Really nice. Lots of colours of white. Tones of white. She's kind of a babe, isn't she? Greys. I'm probably going to go for like a natural hair colour, honestly. These are like the purpley colours, this bluish colours. Aquamarines. So nice. Yellows. Rose. Ah, she looks so nice. I like the pinks actually. Green. Lovely. Which shade of ash blonde are we going to make her? Maybe not the lightest. Maybe that colour. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Do 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 do. Da-da-dum ba-da-dum bum. Not that dark. Not that dark either. Maybe this one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me just do skin tone now. Kind of like that actually. Neutral 4. It's too dark for her hair. Neutral 3. Kind of fits, but I kind of want to change her hair now. Settle in, boys. Maybe that colour. Neutral 4. It's too dark. She's gonna have hair that light. That's about as far as we can go. Cool 4, no. Looks kind of undead. Kind of healthy. Do do do. Pallid, not for me. That one's a gorgeous colour, but doesn't suit her. Neutral 5. I do like that skin colour. We'd have to change her hair colour though. So if we go for neutral 4, she can keep that hair colour. She's like a tiny bit too pale for my liking. Okay, hair colour. Where was the hair colour again? Hair. Highlights! Oh my. Okay, we'll go for a slightly darker hair then. Highlights. Highlight intensity. I'm in heaven right now, chat. Honestly, you've no idea. Okay, so no intensity, high intensity. And these are different. You can change the color of the highlights. I want like a lightest color highlight possible. Do 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 da da dum. Doo-doo-doo. I think that's the hair, maybe. Is it too ashy? Uh-oh, chat. Just what you signed up for. Hang on a minute. I did no such thing. I'm so excited by this. I love it so much. In her own world. Yeah, I'm in my own world right now. You know, the 3 hours? All skin colours on top. You get colours not native to the elves. All skin colours. Second hair colour. 2 hours later. Yes. She still hasn't noticed at all how... I didn't even see it. Tan on top looks like a bald spot. Just a bit where Tenevis pointed out their highlight spot. 20 minutes later, she goes, oh, look, highlights! I know, it's because I wasn't looking at you. I was like, I'm in my element. If you play a drow, you have black skin and white hair. I'm so excited to do this, honestly. So I need, like, a base colour. No, that's too much. I'm happy with the skin colour. She looks healthy. I don't want, like, brassy hair, though. I think this might be the hair. It has to be right, chat. Can I change my hair later? How original Drow looked. I see, right. How would it be if the game actually sucks to play after this? I don't care. I'm sold on it now that I can look like this. Look how gorgeous she is. She's beautiful. I love this hair. I think we're going to go with this. Maybe. So that was slightly... I think maybe that one, actually. Can I choose her eyebrows now? Where's her eyebrows into, like... She's very ashy, though. Chat. Stop streaming so I can spend like 7 hours in character creation. And maybe that is a bit like warmer. Bum ba dum. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Does she just look grey? Is that the only... She just looks a bit grey, doesn't she? Maybe we need like a warmer... Something a bit more like... It's just a bit... It's a bit too... yeah, the orange on top is a bit much, isn't it? I think maybe that. I think we're going to go with that. She's a babe. Graying intensity doesn't really make much difference here, does it? Graying intensity just brightens her up. No. Graying intensity 0. I just made somebody with white hair, really, haven't I? Okay. No scarring. Okay. Body art. No tattoo. What is that? Migration. This looks like Dauntless or something. What was it called? What was that movie called? Squid Election. Oh my. Strong Arm Syndicate. Hollow Spaces. Look at the skin texture chat. How far we've come with games. My goodness. Hollow Spaces. Buggish Curls. She's so pretty. Shriek Mask. Oh my. What is this? Starpoint Glimmer. Nightjar Blots. Spider Lip. Fiend Horn Lids. Flaring Sword. Switchtail. Trail. No. Woven razors. It has to be really, really nice for me to actually use, like... Otherwise we'll go with none. Sinner Cheekbone. She looks like she's in prison. Nope. Fallen leaves. Pouring hate. Fungal cloud. Nope. Tattoo 20 on the neck. Maybe. Maybe you want to make her bald when you do this briefly. So you can actually see. We won't see some of the neck things. Maybe that. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Just on her neck. Tattoo. My goodness. Like prison tats. Face tats is like a big statement, isn't it, really? My goodness. Just let's make this really pretty lady and just cover her whole face in like black kind of ink. Goodness me. I mean, they're really cool and imaginative, aren't they? That's very cool. She looks like she's got a beard. Yeah. So I think the only one I liked was... this thing here. This is kind of pretty. Feel like a flower. I can't see what it is, really. Oh, colour. Oh. I quite like using white in Diablo. Green. A light green. It's kind of pretty. Different shades of white. Or tones of white. Oh, decisions, friendos. It's a tattoo that I know most of you are like, we can't even see it, Anna. You're not going to see it because she's got a hair covering it. Like a purple colour. Green. You can barely see it, that's true. Sorceress scales are awesome. Yeah, but I think it still looks kind of pretty. Maybe we go with the black one, and maybe if her hair moves during the game, maybe we'll see it. Probably not the white ones. Because you just won't see it properly. Grey blue. Maybe like a bluish one. But then, you know, we might change her clothes. We're going to go with the black one. Okay. Body art. Okay. Eyes. Oh god, we haven't even gotten to her eyes yet. Green. Heterochroma. Is that like different colours? I'm going to go with same colours. Okay. So she's probably going to have some kind of blue in the end. These are really beautiful. I have hazelnut eyes, by the way. Hazel eyes. Different greens. I love green eyes. They're so pretty. How many times am I going to say pretty today? Other words are available. She's like, can I blink now? I actually kind of like that. It's kind of beautiful. Kind of glowy. Elf gold. I kind of like the elf gold, honestly. Because it's like super glowy, isn't it? Is that one called? Elf silver. I'm going to go elf gold because it's glowy and fabulous. Okay. Look at me making choices. Makeup. Get comfortable. No makeup. 1, 2. There's different colours as well. Oy, oy, oy. This is where I decide to change the colour to like a blue eye so it looks better. Makeup intensity! Oh, chat. Metallic tint level. Oh my goodness. If you thought this was going to take a while. Glossy tint level. You can make it shiny. No, matte. Okay, so it's like the second tone or something. This is incredible customization. Can't even say the words. Do 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 do. I haven't chosen the eyeshadow yet, the style yet. I'm just choosing the colour so I can see what it's going to look like. I want some kind of like warm colour. Okay, let's maybe go with red 6 for a bit and then let's see how we... My goodness. So maybe we are going to go with this one, but maybe we just choose like lower the intensity. So hard to decide. Can I change this later? Because this could take me a while. Anna, you've already been taking a while. Shh. I like that. The more subdued makeup looks very nice with overall aesthetic. Do you like D&D? I have never played D&D before, Viking Soul. I'm a noob. I took the day off work to watch this. No backies. What do I keep missing? She keeps missing all colour options just above colour boxes. This is like D&D. Yes, I know. I like that. I keep missing the all colours. I see the colours here. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't want it too intense, like... Maybe like that. I kind of like that. Okay, just in the bid to like move things further along. Let's choose the tone first. Do 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 do. So this is nothing. She's going to look like a Bobby Brown advert, isn't she? That's a makeup brand, chat. In case you're a boy. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum. Do do do. Do 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 do. I like it. I just think maybe she needs like a more of a bare face look. You know what I mean? That's the problem. I like it, but not for her. That's like, oh god, when will this end? What is that? Brown 5. Oh, chat. Needs to be natural. That kind of mauve colour, what is it? Red Cold 4. Yeah. You're like, I can't even see it, Anna. And I'm like, you've got no idea. Full lip gloss. Shiny lips. Too shiny. It's too shiny. It needs to be like she's wearing nothing. Just like a lip stain. Okay. Actually wonder if maybe we need to make her skin colour a bit lighter. Maybe. How to Make a Fox in This Game by Anna. That kind of looks like fits her slightly less natural kind of a non-human kind of aesthetic. It's a bit slightly too pasty though for my liking. Maybe. I think that might be the colour. Neutral 4. If I was, honestly, if I wasn't streaming, I would take even longer doing this. Neutral. Just because you have the choices, you know? I think that's it. She's a bit of a fox, right? And it's still a great shout out, Colteus. Femme fatale. Now you can see the all skin colours option. Oh, I see. Oh no, I don't want that. I can't cope with that much choice. Creation is 7 nights in this game. That's it for the stream today, folks. Thanks for watching. That's it. Yeah. How long do those leaves last before tearing off? Are they leaf shape? I don't know. She's perfect, right? She looks great. Maybe a bit of moisture. Bit of a sheen on the lips. Yes. That's it. We did it, chat. We did it. Now do I accidentally click randomize? Yes. Perfect. Edit character. How do I have to do her name now, right? We did everything. There are piercings. There are piercings! Are there? Where are the piercings? Piercing. Ah. Oh, fastened stars. Lapis stud muffin. That's funny. Subduer loops. Midnight tears. She looks like Kate Blanchett, don't you think? Silver gold gala. I just realised she really looks like Kate Blanchett. Red Scintilla. Colton Sippants. Okay, I'm not going to read them all out. I'm not really into septum piercings. Ooh. I don't know if I want any of these, really. You told her this more? Call her Kate Blanchett. Looks like the elf woman from Rings of Power. I think we're gonna go with no jewelry. If we can add jewelry later, then maybe we will. But I think no jewelry. Do I want to change the colour of our tattoo? You're like, I can't see it, Anna. What is the point? Having a tattoo will make her like look more coloured, like her skin more tanned as well. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure about white. It just looks like she's got something spilt on her. Maybe like a tone of blue. Grey. Okay. Proceed. What are these buttons? Hatter. Thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. Welcome. Baldur's Gate 3. Hello, Lemutor. Hello. I think we're ready, right? Can I change her eyebrow colour? No. I'm assuming her eyebrows are this. There's no way of changing it, right? Assume her eyebrows are just this way. 42. Jewelry and piercings look too much like contemporary world. Yeah, I like them to have done more crazy fantasy stuff. I'm assuming her eyebrows are unchangeable, friendos. Unless I've missed something. Tighter hair colour, yeah. Which is fair enough. Okay. She's beautiful. Proceed. Okay. We're good. Name. What do we call her? Siri? No. My usual, like, Conan character name. Process. Hello, Pietro. Hello, lovely. How are you? Good to see you. Godzilla! Jeff. My name is Jeff. Kate Blanchett, Tea Leaf, Briella, Anna, no. Chad, Toad Wallet, the Leafy. Oh my goodness. Good to be here. Molly Merrybottom, that's funny. Artemis Cat. I like pies. You think we should call her I like pies or just pies? Call her the missus because she took an hour and a half to get ready. Fair, yes. Fiorella. Keris. I like Kate Blanchett. And there's a good name, Nerf, actually. I think Kate Blanchett's with a C, isn't it? That is a good name. Piezilla. Oh my goodness. You guys. Barbarians, a lot of you. Hello, Ellie. Drood. Why Drood? Rosaline is beautiful. Customization. Hello, Esve. Going into locomotive voice. All right, lovely. Diana. Branchette. Yeah, Branchette. Fiora. Oh, God. Ashley. Oh, goodness me. Kate. This is what Neff is suggesting. Kate Branchette. It is a pretty good name. Biggles butt. Fluttershy. Pie, your twiggles. Oh my goodness. Nivea. What? Nivea? Looking at random elf names. Yeah, elf names. Give me elf names. Kate Blanchett is a good one because she just looks so much like Kate Blanchett. It's a good name, right? Let's go with this. I think it's good. I don't know if we're gonna get a better one. Grace Lancelot. Vignette from Carnival Row. I'm gonna go for Kate Blanchett. I love it. It's perfect. Waiting for Buttspot to react to one. Vinaigrette.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
What? No. No. I have to make another person. I have to make a second person? What? Oh my god. We aren't even done. We aren't even done. I need to make a guardian. Oh my god, gameplay tomorrow. Run for your lives. Stop it. I have to make a guardian. And then the 2 hours of well, this isn't me, so we can go a bit more kind of crazy. Oh, can I have like a fun little person? I left for an hour and it was still here. Can we make a sexy lady to like be our guardian? Do you know what I'm saying? How do I choose this? It's just appearance, is it? Is it just the person who's going to speak to me? I want to make a hot woman. Sorry, lady, not you. Half elf. Oh, gosh. Another one, chat. I wasn't prepared for this. Elf. Basically, sexy mama. You have time for that painting now, Billy. Pocket gnome would be kind of fun. A little person. If I'm gonna have to like talk to someone, I want him to be like a hot lady, honestly. Do you know what I mean? Given the choice. Should we make her a human? She's kind of hot. I don't know. She's a bit blue for my liking. Do you know what I mean? Maybe need a bit warming up. Randomize appearance. I don't know if I care as much about this one's appearance. If it's just a hot lady, that's kind of cool. So far, none of them have been hot. Actually, the first one was the hottest. That nose is just crazy on that. What is that character? Could be here for a while. Chat. Oh, God. Chat. Chat. She's got my hair. Not having that. Okay. We're just going to make one very quickly. We'll do like a drow. Okay, come on. Come on, let's lead into this. Oh, several body types. Oh, okay, of course there are. Oh, a thick lady. So we have like a thick Tinder's Gate 3. Click elf. Why elf? Does it have to be the same? No, I want it to be like a different race or something. This is a rabbit hole and see they will never climb up. Poor rabbits. She's kind of hot, honestly. Big mama. Should we do like a thick lady? She's gonna be our guardian. Do you know what I'm saying? We'll just make a couple of changes. There you go. I mean, we could just go with that, couldn't we, really? Subrace. We have to choose her subrace. Is she going to have any benefits? I like her. Something about her. Let's see what her voice is.
Remarkable. Follow your...
Remarkable.
1. She is good, isn't she?
Follow your...
Remarkable.
Oh, right. So there's only 2
Good luck.
choices. Oh, wait.
Follow your instinct.
She's sexy. I like
Don't
her.
be afraid.
All right, love. Maturity. I want it to be like hot. Okay. That's fine. Are we good now? Honestly. We're good here. That's the thing she had already, wasn't it? I mean, she's fine, isn't she? I don't want to change the, like, natural, like, the stuff she came with. Do you know what I mean? Maybe we'll change her hair? What is her hair, naturally? I don't want to spend, like, an hour doing her appearance. What's like our second favourite hair? Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. We'll keep everything else the same with him. Bum 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 bum. Maybe. Bohemian? I like the character creations for this game. It's lovely, isn't it? Hairstyle was good. Try to see if the colour can be better. I think all the colours and everything I'm happy to go with. I kind of like that hair. This one, yeah. This is nice, right? I just generally think she's great. There is only the character creation it seems. You should have put speedrun in the title. We're going to go with her. She's a babe. I like it. Cheeky monkeys. Chat, just imagine if Anna was doing the multiplayer trick to make a full custom party of 4+4 Guardians. Oh my goodness. I like the way she is. I wish you could see me sobbing here right now. Okay, we're going to go with this. She's hot. Okay, perfect. I don't want any facial hair. Oh wait, facial hair. Did we miss the eyebrow situation for our previous person? Okay, we're just going to go with her. Venture forth, right? Do I change her name? Venture forth. Is it? This is it! Let's go, friendos! Let's go. You crank up the volume. This is it, friendos. We're in. It took me 5 minutes to make that character. That's just like... Do you know what I mean? 5 minutes. It was very quick and very decisive. Let's get in there. I wish I had popcorn. So excited. 2 hours to get to the start. It's fine. Okay. It's a plant or something. I've never seen this, by the way. This is like blind playthrough. Always tentacles. Yeah, why does it have to be tentacles? Not for the game, mind you, for Anna's reaction. Oh gosh. Game crashes? Stop it, Mortal. Squid man. So far, character customization's 10 out of 10. Love it. Okay. Tentacle creature in the sky. Ooh. Ouchie. Oh. It's like him. Wait, if we've accidentally come out like that dude, that's us. Did you watch the scene? Yeah, we did watch the scene before. Ooh. Ooh. It's pretty epic. Imagine getting to ride a dragon, yeah. Crikey. That's epic. Such a tiny nose. Maybe it's just really efficient. Oh, I see booty. It's like a giant snail at the back, isn't it? Oh my goodness. There's a lot of dragons. Female Voldemort. Yes. That looks like Stormglass. Giant evil snail, yeah. Ship is called Nautiloid. Mm-hmm. Look how gorgeous this looks. It's us, chat. Look how good the graphics are. Oh my goodness. Imagine if I'm like, oh, I don't really like our character. She's so beautiful. Oh my god. Look at her. She's gorgeous. Look what we made.
Head.
Oh, look at her. Kate Blanchett. She's so beautiful. Journal updated. Escape. Okay. Wait, am I WASDing as well? WASD for camera. Okay.
Have to keep going.
Click to move. Okay. Where am I going? Center camera. You can always refocus the camera around your current character. Home. The center character. Okay. Left mouse. Double click. Portrait to center.
What to do?
Okay. Where am I going, friends? Can I go through the hole? Sphincter. Nice. Oh, I see a map. I don't know where to go. There's a person here. Mind Flayer. Bloodstone. What is it? T to inspect. Anyone can squeeze blood from a stone if the edges are sharp enough. Oh wait, let me turn the sound down a bit more. Back to normal. Test. Okay. There should be a decent, like, balance. Let me know. Can I take it? Take all. Okay.
Dead. Good.
Okay. What is that? Nursery.
The pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Ew. Oh, reach towards the pool. Investigation, investigate the pool. Investigate. Skill checks. Some dialogue options require a skill check, a dice roll that must meet or exceed a target number. Your character's skills add a bonus to this roll. Okay. Do I have to roll a dice? You can hold down Alt to see lootable, interactable stuff. D&D. Enough there's a whole space, but without technology, D&D setting codes. Press left Alt to highlight stuff to interact with. You and E do the same. Click dice to roll. Oh, click on the dice. Ah. Hello, Frostnoir. 18. Intelligence check. Success. I won something.
The casing is fragile. The
Mm.
slightest touch could cause it to crumble.
She's so beautiful. Oh, reach towards the pool. Restoration pods. You can use a restoration pod to fully recover your hit points and spell slots if you're hurt. Oh my goodness. Are these the things I can do? Chat, help me. What am I doing? What does left alt do? Mind Flayer empty. Okay. So where am I going? Squirrel. Oh, this.
Someone else got out.
Okay. Mind Flayer pod.
Might be other survivors.
Use Kate Brunchette.
Wonder who was inside.
The dialogue is quiet, isn't it? Is the dialogue quiet? Maybe we need to change the audio balance a little bit. Tone down the ambient volume. I don't know where to go, friends, or what to do.
Where the hells are we?
I don't know. Where are we? Oh, I see somewhere to go.
Not everyone made it out alive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Lucky I made it out.
What do I do? Oh, there's something here. Onyx. It's pointing at something. What do I do? I have like no idea what to do here. What happened? Things are flying around. Can I pick it up?
Visions project into your mind. An Autoloid
Holding out
hurtling
shows
through the
things you can
plains,
loot, but not all things you interact
resplendent
with.
psionic
It is
energy.
Baldur's Gate 3. Holding all butts. You can loot, but not all butts you can interact with. Brilliant. Door to the left. If you enable Twitch integration, chat can vote on dialogue options. I think I did enable Twitch integration. What did you say? She's blonde, of course she has... Okay. Something crawling up my eye. It actually can... Yes. It's a whole space, but without technology D&D setting. There are drops, by the way. Do you see the drop down for the drop thingy? Butt clicks. The pro gamer clicks. Can't interact with all butts. Yeah. Make sure you have streamer safe mode on. I do have streamer safe mode on, yes. You got your first drop. Brilliant. Can I pick things up? Oh, pick up. Right click and pick up. Add to waves. Oh, where's? Okay. She's so beautiful. I'm like in love with her. Okay. Oh god. Am I stuck? How do I move? Okay. I have to get used to it. It's not the same as Diablo, so I have to like get used to the movement. I don't know if I'm missing something.
Burnt to a crisp.
Mm-hmm. Investigating. Alt. Do do do. Will she burn herself? Yeah, don't burn yourself, love. Move. Received condition burning. Okay, we're fine. She's gonna be okay. I don't know where to go, peeps. Okay, I can spin the room. Okay.
Made it out.
Okay. Where do I have to go, lady? Where do you want to go? Here? Sphincter? Yuck. So we have to do something with the sphincter. Oh, is that the door? Wait, let's interact with the sphincter briefly. Okay, that's the way out. Is there anything else I've missed? I think I'd be saying those words today, chat. What is this here? Restoration. Is that where I heal? Ah.
Better.
Click the blue glowy thing. Click on the blue thing first to heal. Go up the stairs. Stop. This just gets better. Over the blue glow thing, the tentacles. Click on the heal to go up. You have a mini map. Please use your eye. Please use your eyes. Esve, I saw the mini map. Mind your tone. Bum ba dum. Bum ba dum ba dum.
Help us.
Pick up. Loot. Take all. Picked up gold. Brain jar. Attack it! Examine it. A humanoid brain alive and in perfect condition, suspended in cerebrospinal fluid. Okay. Do I want to attack it? Apparently I do. Rune slate. Pick up. Okay. There's a vicious chair. A viscous chair. Sit! Why do I want to sit in the viscous chair? Interesting. So much to look at. Cerebral aquarium. Attack it. Okay. Did I get anything from it? Wait. Eldritch table.
1,000 years of humanoid history.
Kate is a
Elves,
druid and a
dwarves,
vandal.
Humans and more flash behind your eyes.
You go through sphincter to reach the brain. Yes. You go through sphincter and butt the butt. Oh god, butt spot. You missed opportunities there.
1,000 years
Can I
of
pick it up?
humanoid history. Elves, dwarves, humans and more flash behind your eyes.
Viscous chair. Okay.
We are trapped.
Someone is trapped and trying to communicate with me. Where are you? Where are you, trapped people?
Help us.
I'm coming. I'm on my way. Neural apparatus.
Release us.
Doesn't do anything.
She reminds me of a particular British actress, and I wonder if it's her. Ooh.
We are here.
Doesn't do anything.
Here.
Interesting. Okay.
We are trapped.
I'm here to save you, I believe. Murnath. Talk. Pickpocket. There we go. Okay. Helps to turn the camera off. And yeah. It's really lady breaking all those poor alien wares. You want to move your camera to see more? Yeah, we'll do that. I got to get used to that. I've been playing like Diablo off stream, so I'm kind of used to it.
Come to save us from this
Oh,
place.
the brain is exposed.
From this place you'll free us.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return.
They return.
Oh, who am I talking to? A man or a brain? Think your passport is saving. Tell me what to do. You sound afraid. Why?
A newborn.
Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect
Succeeded,
devourer,
Arcana.
a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Why are you afraid?
So many enemies.
It's crying. Tell me what to do.
From this body. From this case.
Free us.
Look how beautiful this is, chat. Inspect the exposed skull. Intelligence check. -1 intelligence. Failure. Okay.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
Sounds like Claudia Black. It reminds me of someone else. Break the skull. Gently prise. +2 dexterity. Success. Ouch. Should be mostly
The
a melody.
brain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat.
Oh. Mutilate. Spare the creature. Any injuries might weaken it. Spare the creature. Journal updated. Escape the Nautiloid.
We are free.
Our freedom is ours, friend.
The creature pauses, listening. Something behind your eyes seizes in recognition.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
What's at the helm?
Tenses, as though
Love this story kind of
unseen
style.
advisor.
Do you not hear it? We will not survive here.
We
I d-
are needed.
Navigate.
Yeah, I don't mean the narrator. I mean
We are
the
needed
our
to
character
Leave this realm.
voice. Do you not hear it? We will not survive here. We need to go. Okay, all right, let's go.
To the helm we go. We are going to the helm.
Okay. Followers. Some allies may temporarily join you. You can directly control their movement and actions. Click a follower's portrait to control them. Look at that. It's super gross. Newborn. Okay. I gotta get used to like moving camera. Okay. All right. Can I do something with it? I guess I shouldn't like do that. I just want to break stuff when I see it though. Okay. So it shows me over there, reach the helm. Okay. Can I use the chair again to heal? Get used to the movement. Yeah. Oh, okay. Party has been defeated. Okay. Okay. Blue pod helps. Narrator is Amelia Taylor. New character, yeah. Anna dies smashing brain jars, yeah. space to skip. Okay, so we do have to do the whole thing again.
My head.
Chat. Okay. Cool. Well, we know where we have to go now. Escape the Nautiloid. Can I... Did I... Do I retain the process? Save often, yes, as you never saved. You've got to... Oh, you got to save manually often. So we didn't... Did we go through the sphincter immediately? Did we gain anything? F5 is quick save, is it? I see.
We are trapped.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the tip. We'll get there. It looks incredible, chat. So far it's very like immersive and intriguing, right? I'm coming. I won't smash any brain jars this time. So it shows me... Does it show me now where the things are that I went to? I got used to spinning the room.
Release us.
Alright. I stood on a thing and it took me upstairs, didn't I? Don't fall in the ground, lady. Neural apparatus. Right.
We are here. Here.
Okay. Talk.
Yes.
Skip.
Please.
Before they return, a newborn.
Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect
Succeeded
devourer,
Arcana.
a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Did Anna just not get far enough to trigger one? This game has also save. Okay. We'll save the brain. We'll do what we did before.
Remove us
From this body. From this case.
free us.
Okay.
Please.
What did we do? Gently prise it. Two index. Okay. Failure. Okay. Prizing brain from body. See what happens this time might be different. There's a bit of loot you can get in there, nothing more. Yeah. Game is not good at auto-saving. Yes. You press space if you want to skip to... I have, yes. Yeah. I don't want to delete to destroy the brain. Oh, because this time it won't happen. Okay. This time it doesn't do the same thing in the story. Ugh, we need a shower now. Okay, right, let's press F5. Okay, having to press F5 in 2023 is kind of crazy. So you actually died quicker than on my first playthrough to get exploded by fragile casing in the starting and then certainly walking into fire and died. Okay. So now we need to go out. Oh, right. Oh yeah, A and D moves the camera left and right. Okay, but I want to like...
Alright. What now?
So Q and E I'm going to use a lot of, I suppose. Alright. Cool. Wait. Move the camera. We get back down again. Don't want to walk into fire. It's a bit of an adventure, isn't it? Chat.
With haste.
How do I want to get down, but I don't want to like get diedified. Do you know what I'm saying? Can I drop down here? No? Can I use the neural thingy again? Okay. Woo! Don't walk in the fire. Oh my. Ooh. It's going to take a bit of getting used to. It looks amazing, doesn't it? Oh, there's a bit of a lag there. Basil, thank you for the follow. Monk is back. Mine is still downloading. Have they brought the monk back? Uh-oh.
Abomination. This is your end.
Does it have to be?
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Ugh. My head. What is this? Ugh.
You fell in love with me, that's what happened.
You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
What made you think I was a thrall? We need to figure out where we are.
We carry mind flayer parasites.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted.
Mm-hmm.
Within days, we will be Geich, mind flayers.
We're turning into mind flayers. There must be something we can
We
do.
can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority.
Mm-hmm.
First, we exterminate
Ew.
the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship.
Never trust people with too much
We'll
eye
address the
makeup.
matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
Ew, 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 ew. How the hell am I gonna fight? Oh goodness. General tutorial. Get ready to fight. Combat happens in rounds and each participant gets a turn to act. The game pauses around you during combat, so you have time to plan your actions. Can I press F5 and save? Okay. During your turn, you can move, take an action, and take a bonus action. Show your actions, show your bonus actions. Okay. So, I'm going to do something to him. What can I do? So far I can only use these two things. What is that? Quarterstaff. Or main hand attack. Or Shile. Transmutation. Your staff or club becomes magical. Topple. Dip. Dip a weapon into a surface or to alter the surface or enhance the weapon. If you're dual wielding, you dip both weapons. I mean, let's use that, shall we?
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Okay. Space to end turn. Is that right?
Victory awaits.
Okay. End turn. Fiery bolts. Okay. Cool. Main hand attack. My turn. You're low on hit points. Use healing potion. Okay. Goodberry. Cure wounds. Chat, this is like so different from anything I've ever experienced before. Cure wounds or Goodberry. Conjure 4 magical berries into your or your companion's inventory. Creatures who eat a berry again regain hit points. Next to the end turn button. Healing potions on the right side. Yeah. Potions. Okay. Single use. Okay. Used a healing potion. And now can I attackinize him? What is this? What is this like? Topple. Swipe a creature to knock it to prone. Not enough resources. Oh, I killed it, right? Do I now end my turn? Oh, it's moving, isn't it? I can just click end turn. Okay, now what? Knocked it down, not killed it. You control her too. Oh, I see. I'm her now. I see. Cool. Well, how much damage? Main hand attack. I like it. Blood. Take all. I see. End turn. He's back up again. I should have hit him with something better. Uh-oh. Listen, you fiery bolted turd wallet. What health am I? Where do I see my hit points, chat? Is this it? 7 out of 10. Can I change my camera? Okay, wait, that's A and D. So I can do... I see. So I just want to do main hand attack. Click on the dudes.
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle.
Thank you. I did great. Great. Companions. Some allies can join you on your adventure. You control them in the same way as you do your own character. Click a companion's portrait to take control of them. I see. Can I heal? What is that noise when she heals? I like it. It's kind of cool. You have 7 HP left out of 10 HP. If you're hot boys, the amount of different points you have. It's fun. I like it. I like that you have like a moment to think about what to do. I keep pressing A and D instead of...
Can't give up now.
Alright. What do? I have to go towards that thingy. Reach the helm. Okay. Moving around in here, like... It's kind of crazy. Come on, friend. She'll just follow me, right? Oh, I could have used the healing thing. Oh, she's healed at least now.
Better.
I feel better.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
Dead Thrall, take the things, yes. Equipment. Inventory. Homely clothes equipped by Kate Bruncher. I'm wearing underwear. Simple robe. So I could equip that. Equip it. Aha. Druid leather armor. Okay, so I actually have better equipped. Yeah, the thing I've got equipped has got more armor. What is this? Camp supplies sack. Stores your camp supplies. I got keychain. I got a short sword. Can I use that? It does more damage. 3 to 7 damage. Proficiency with this type of weapon unlocks flourish and piercing strike. Should I be using weapons? Equip it. Should I be using a staff? I'm so confused. Throw an enemy at an enemy with actions. You eat boots at them, can you? Very special combat mechanic in a normal moment. Yeah. You're out of potions. Turn-based actions kind of dip to when gets. I'm enjoying it so far. My brain likes it. Oh god, A and D is not my friend. Maybe I just need to hover on Q and E. Okay, so how the heck do I get out of here? I just have to get like used to the controls. I don't know how to move. Oh wait, click F5, save. Okay. Can we go up here? We were up there before. Oh, what's this? Arterial mesh. Okay.
Must be on my way.
Take the things. How? Seriously, I didn't even know there was fire there. Can you do stop, drop, and roll? She's freaking damaged already. I don't have any heals. Scroll of Revivify. Revive a companion that returns to life. Can I use like a healing thing? I'm already healed. She's like healed as well. So I can heal her. Goodberry. Can't use that at the moment. Okay. Alright. I don't know what to do, friends. Do I have to break the mesh? Oh, I can climb up it. I can climb because I'm a champion. Okay. I'm hovering over Q and E.
I'll give it a shot.
I assume she's going to come with me, this lady. Autosave successful. I got a checkpoint. Alright. This is crazy. Push!
Psionic energy radiates from the
You need to be
prisoners,
careful with the resources.
but they do not
Use the healing spell exactly once a day. You can click the portrait to put the spell on yourself, can you? Okay. Well, I'll get used to it, won't I? There's a dude here. Can I help you, friend? How do I, like, get in front of his chair?
The man isn't dead.
Mm-hmm.
But he's totally unresponsive.
His face. Can I examine him? Somebody's asking to be released. Okay. What is that? Oh. You seem very friendly. Of course I'll help you. Help her. Look at that. She might help open the lid.
Construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
She's so Kate
This ship
Blanchett,
is
isn't she?
crashing.
Trust no
Do
one.
you intend to die for a stranger?
Pod stuck fast. I can't free you.
Try that contraption next to the pod.
She's pretty. We'll help
They
her.
did something to it when they sealed me in. Hurry! Please!
Journal updated. Rescue the Illithids captive. Press J to view. J for journal. Okay.
Come on! Get me out of this thing! Keep looking!
Okay. Maybe she'll be our best friend. Do you know what I mean?
Come on! Get me out of this thing!
Okay.
Keep looking!
Alright. Hold on a sec. I'll actually look now. What is that? Pick up and add to wares. I got a backpack. What is this? Pick up and add to wares. I don't know what it is. I picked up a Nautiloid tank. Doing things quickly when I'm in, like, learning how to move about is going to be fun. There's things over here. Hold on, I'll just do a bit of shopping. Pick up and add to wares. There's probably something here I need to actually interact with. Dark mind. Examine. A humanoid brain active and in perfect condition suspended in cerebrospinal fluid. Okay, I'll take it.
A brain in a jar.
Brain jar, brilliant. Just what we wanted. Oh, but it's the thing. Oh. Squirrel? It's just another brain. Okay. Oh, it's a healing thing. Let's heal. Heal and then save, right? Yeah. Okay. Listen, lady, I'd love to help you. Maybe we could use, like, push these buttons. Sapped.
She made them hostile.
Commence battle? Okay. What am I going to use? I can't move when I'm like this. Not enough movement. Intellectual devourer. It's explosive. Purple thing glowed. When you have dialogue options with trait options like strength, you can mouse over the trait to see what bonuses it gives the dialogue. There's a weight limit as to how much stuff you can carry before it starts to slow you down. Okay. I can click on her portrait to control her.
Lethal. It's as if
She killed him. She can't do anything again.
fury. I am death.
Not enough movement. So me.
Still on my feet.
Okay. I guess I'm going to go with main hand attack. Not enough movement. Because I can't have to get over there. Flourish. Throw them off balance. Piercing strike. It says how many turns it takes. Throw the Nautilite tank from your inventory. How do I equip it? Action, bonus action, spell slot, cantrips. You can move twice. So I can put her here. So how do I get to him? Flee combat. You cannot flee well in this region. Use melee weapon. Use ranged. Inventory. Nautiloid tank. Okay. Can't throw too heavy. What do I do? Maybe I use the staff instead. Not enough movement. What do I do? You can have back wait for him to come to you. Strength is not high enough. The little chest. In your inventory. Just move up or stay put. Need to find a way to open it. The chest in my inventory? What do you mean? This thing here, elaborate reliquary. Medium toughness. Okay. So meanwhile, what do I do? Do I have to say skip a turn or something? We'll take another turn to get to him. We just push a button. You have an attack action, move action, and bonus action. You can move as you attack. Okay, I can do a move action. Okay. Jump. Oh, okay. So I see. Move. Okay. Jump. Dip. Hides. Throw. Dash. Okay. Topple. Shove. What? So what do we... Jump. Target's too far. So I can jump within this space. So now can I attack him? Not enough movement. But I could jump again to get to him. But then he's going to hurt me. Use your action point for a button push. Throw the sword. Throw the sword. Can I end my turn?
To strike. Victory awaits.
From inventory, oh, just stay put. Okay. Okay, it's my turn now. So I can... I'm still not close enough.
What do I have to lose?
Oh, I can hit him. Sacrifice cultist. So I killed him. I did it. We won. Right. Can I... Can't pick up. Loot him. I can take a bottle and some gold. Okay. Alright. I could touch all the buttons.
The console appears dormant.
Shove him over the edge. Look for a switch or release.
The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
Hit it.
Nothing. The console remains dormant.
Leave.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing.
We need something to fit in the socket. Don't I have a key? Keychain. Through the keychain is lightly rested from use. Every new key that jangles on it is a motor possibility, a frontier to explore. Can I equip it? Throw. Examine. Open? No. I don't want to drop it. Add to hotbar. Can't do it. So I guess I can't use that. What is this? Scroll of Revivify. Nautiloid tank. What do I do, peeps? Help is fine. Don't have it yet what you need. Right, okay. Right, let me get back on to Q and E. Gotta find something. What is that? An Illithid manuscript. Read.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Hitting save. Okay. Brain jars. We're not going to hit any brain jars from now on. What are we looking for? We could just leave her, couldn't we? We just leave her. What if she's like our best friend? I want to see if I can find something. Am I full health? I'm full health. What about pushing these things now? So it's only when you get into combat that you have these like turn-based situations, right? I press Alt. Wait. Sacrifice cultist. Okay, we haven't looted him. Can we loot him? We got a bronze necklace. Right, we'll give that to her when we make friends with her. So I don't know what else we can do, peeps, honestly. Do we just go through a sphincter? Go to exit on the far side. We'll take the exit closest to where we're going. This way. Sorry, I tried to help you. Had the best of intentions. Don't run into this caustic stuff. Cerebral aquarium. I don't want to like get caustic stuff on me, honestly. We can examine it. We don't need to heal. Don't walk into the caustic.
We're nearing the helm.
Oh.
Once inside, do as I say.
Okay, stranger who I don't know, who definitely wanted to kill me until they read my mind. Okay, I see another sphincter to go through, but we'll go... There's two different objectives. Escape the Nautiloid. Rescue Illithid's captive. We're going to stick with this one. This guy here. Through the sphincter.
Here goes nothing.
Hit save. Okay. It's a demon of some kind and a squid man. A man squid. Go back and through the other door. To the exit. Look at the way you were. I think we did okay, didn't we? Squid man.
The nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do
I ain't no
We
thrall.
will deal with the Geich after we escape. Impact is imminent. I must connect the helm.
Alright, so I'm playing as her. Can I antagonize him?
I will not know failure.
Antagonize. Murderify. Alright. Does she have any more like abilities? Oh, there's like a puppy here. What is he? Not enough movement. So does she... Mind Flayer. Okay. Not enough movement to get to him. She's ill, right? She's 8 out of 12. There's nothing she can do. Can we heal her? Can we do this? Devil, not demon. Do not attack the big dudes. Okay. You've never not saved her. Join your summon to heal yourself. We could do that. Did that help? Is she healing? What do we do now? Astral knowledge, gain proficiency in all skills. Shove. Not enough movement for any of these things. Dip, longsword, lacerate. So she can't do any of these things, I guess. Do we just end turn? Not enough resources. Bonus action. Heal. We don't have any healing. She's healed. Okay. Okay. What do we do? Is there anything I can do? If I click inspect, replenishable resource once per turn. I like that everything's like paused while I'm thinking about it. Click on her. You can move to get her in position. I can move. Oh, I see. Oh, because I've used an ability. I've used a turn. So I can't do anything, right? You attacked, moved, and used the potion, so turn is over. So you just have to say end turn. Okay. So I can jump. So let me turn this down a bit. What are my choices here? Main hand attack. Quarterstaff. So I would have to move towards him first. Like if I move here, we have to learn. I can't get to him. Interesting. It's going to take some getting used to this. So there's nothing I can do now. I just run away from him. Your turn. Disengage. Taking the disengage action lets you leave an enemy's melee range without taking opportunity attacks. Move again. Okay. It's going to take me a while, friends. I can hit this turd wallet now, though, because he moved towards me. He died. Okay. Can I do anything else? I'm full health as her. Bum, ba, bum.
I'm fury. I am death.
I can loot the thing. There's nothing in there. Do I end my turn now? I'm going to need to heal Kate Blanchett. Oh, can I do some healing stuff? Join yourself to heal yourself. Can I heal my friendo? No?
Another fight. Let's go.
Right, it's me now. I need to heal. Heal wounds. Oh, I see. I have to click on the portrait. Okay, all right, cool. We're learning. So how many turns have I used? Does it tell me somewhere how many turns I have left? Bum, 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 bum. Can I loot him? There's nothing on him. Great. End turn. Tentacle lash. Ranged attack on Lazriel. Oh, their corpses in the sticks. It's my turn now as this woman. I can't do anything on him, but I have 2 turns, and I guess I can move towards him first. I can move there. And I still can't get to him. Can I use a ranged attack? Yes. But I didn't kill him. I don't have enough resources, which means my turn is over, I assume.
I can't even catch my breath.
If I move there... I can move to there.
Boots have seen everything.
How do I not have enough movement? Oh my goodness. Topple. Like, how do I... Shile, your Staff Club becomes magical. Bludgeoning damage. I don't know what I've gained from doing that. Nothing. And my turn is over, right? Where does it say? You need to get there in 14 turns over the right side. Kate Branchett is showing up. Move towards the end of the ship, West, as he said you should. On your turn, you can move 9 meters. If you do the dash action, you can move 18. Ah, I can do dash. Okay. So I'm not trying to just kill this guy. Got to move to the west, that way. What I need to know is, where do I see, like, it says end turn, right? But how do I know that I have, like, if I lose track of how many things I've done or whatever? You see the compass around the middle, the mini-map edge. Yeah, I see that, Kel. I see that. 13 turns remaining. I see. So I have a certain amount of turns before I run out and I can't do anything else. You will die a terrible death if you get near him. So what do I do? Let me pour some water. So I need something to drink. When your movement line turns red, you've used up all your action points. Okay. And I've got to go west. Reach the transponder before the north light crashes. Okay. So end. He missed.
I must reach the helm.
Okay. So I've got to get past this guy, but we've got to kill him, right? He's dead. So now can we go that way without people killing us? Can I, like... I can loot him. Ooh, we got a crossbow. Can I equip it? 2 to 9 damage. I can't equip it. Send to Kate. Looks like it. When you hover over the end turn button, you'll see the bars next to each person. A full bar means they haven't acted yet. What are those bars next to the characters in the mouse over? Is that action points? So he's got to kill him and I got to get out, right? So oh, okay. So it looks like she's done like 2 of her turns here. She can't really move very much. Just get her to go a bit.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
So I can do dashes. Do I have a dash? Dash. So that like activates dash or something.
On my way.
I can go over there. Okay. Hopefully I'm doing the right thing. Then you can run further. Ignore the big guys. Okay. Okay, so we gotta fight those. So I think I've done my 2... I haven't done my 2 turns. I can still move. I guess I need to move a bit further forwards. Because I've got to go over here. I guess we'll just move a bit further forward. Okay, end turn. Okay, now I'm this lady. And I got to get to my home slice. Who is over there. Does she have a dash? She does.
My path be true.
She can still move. Can she use her bow? Not enough resources. So what can I... it's going to take a lot getting used to, isn't it? Hamstring shot.
Victory awaits.
Bonus action. Dip. Oh, crikey. What do I do, peeps? Where are my movement stuff? Dip. I could just get her to move. Dip. In one round, you can either A, perform an action and B, move, or B, run twice as far and perform no action. Yeah, you dash so you can't attack. When you dash, you give it your action for that round. Oh, really? You can move towards them so you can reach them in your next turn. And actually, it'll be something like hit someone with, yeah, fire a weapon, scratch your buttocks. Lovely. I feel like I'm happy to have some kind of ranged character if, you know. So she... How do I... Okay, action. We can't do anything else. Just end turn.
Choice but to keep going.
I don't know. So now we're this lady. We're going to go towards there. I just want to frickin' shoot him with my bow or something. I can't hit him because we're too far. Do we just go this way? I can dash. But if I dash, I can't do anything else. Is that how it works? If I go over... I can go over there. You can hit him. Whenever you mouse over and see percentage, you can hit him.
Try me.
Okay. Not enough movement. So I've used my things, right? Not enough movement. I can move still. I don't have any, like... my friend can give me a bow, can't she? So I can, like, shoot people. What do I do? I have to, like, move a bit. I gotta get over there. I guess I'll move a bit. Okay. Your turn. Tusk attack. Okay. Little turd while it takes a turn. Hits me. I am hurt. He killed him. It's my turn as this lady. Oh. Oh, wait. What? Is this the guy I need to avoid? She's gonna, like, can I get her to move? Dash away. She can't dash. Dash to get out of the way.
Make way.
Yeah, get away from him. He's big and scary. General tutorial. Leaving enemies melee range allows them to attack you as a reaction. Avoid this by taking the disengage action first. Okay. So did I use all of my my abilities up? I don't know if movement. Okay, I can't do anything else now, I guess.
Still breathing.
His dash uses... Does dash use 2 turns or something? Do I hit him? I can hit him for 75. Not enough resources. Can I dash away? I can't dash now. Okay. Oh, I need to heal myself. Can I not do that? Should I have healed instead of... Thorned Whip? Bonus action. Heal. I healed up. Okay, good. End turn. Now the beast will attack me. Now the little turd wallet will attack her. Great. Everyone feels good. Oh, did she die? Oh no. Do not fight. Click the dashboard. Jump near the console. That thing with tentacles potion as a bonus action. Jump as enemies, you might get hit by them. See. Just ignore the mobs get to the chopper. Downed. General tutorial. If a member of your adventuring party reaches 0 hit points, they're downed. This is a state between life and death where they roll each turn to survive. On 3 successful rolls, they become stable. On 3 failures, they die. So who is downed? Me! It's me! Help downed character. How do I do this, chat? Give me instructions. I can go to her. Mage hand. Healing. Gamble and touch the dashboard. Just touch it. The transponder. Wonder how I would feel playing this kind of game for first time 100. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Okay. Miss. Descent from Avernus. Take control and Autolod and escape the hells.
You made it in time.
I did it. We did it, chat, together. I appreciate you realizing that. It could be a bit overwhelming. I'm enjoying myself hugely. Yeah. This is bad. I've never seen the devil finish the mindflow before you reach the console. You will live. As long as Kate Blanchett is okay. He's super dangerous, that guy. The graphics is so beautiful, chat. It looks incredible, doesn't it? I mean, I'm sorry to, like, you know, talk about stuff like that, but it just looks really great. You know what I mean? So far, I'm loving how much there is to know about it, you know, how involved it is. It's cool. It's a lot to get used to, isn't it? You're just used to just doing the thing rather than, like, thinking about things you can do and then, you know, planning and stuff. Okay, arrows can be useful in more than just a fight. Shoot a hinge to bring down a brazier or fire a lever that's just out of reach. Okay. Cool. Can be very deeply tactical. Yeah, we got some thrills for our monies. Can't complain. Yeah, it's cool. I do need to pee. But is it going to be safe to? Bum, 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 bum. Sad that you left Shadowheart to rot. Now, this next bit starts. I really don't know. Oh, how it starts. As long as Kate Blanchett's okay. Looks so good. Kate, she's fine. Hello, weird dude. Are you alright, love? You don't seem yourself. Nice. It's as much as it could get a bit overwhelming having people helping, it probably is what would like keep me playing, because having people like streaming this game, because otherwise I might be like, I don't know what to do, and kind of get like, you know, frustrated perhaps. Bungee jumping.
As you wake, the
Did you worry you were
tadpole
down with this
squirms
fight?
in
In a
your
fight,
skull.
yeah. As you wake, a tadpole squirms in your skull. Yuck. Check yourself for injuries.
Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through. But it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Okay. Find a cure. Okay. Quick BRB, chat, because I has to pee. Oh, is it paused? Okay. Quick BRB. One moment, please. It's gonna work. Yes. There you go. While I'm AFK, if you want to type words into the chat, they'll appear on the screen if you want to participate. I'll be right back. I am back. I'll wait for this round to end. Doo-doo-doo. There you go. Finito. Well done, everybody. Kevin, well done. Grumble Bump, Aaron Shadow, Dirge, Reality Andy. Okay, cool. Get rid of this. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Chat, is the game like the right... You happy with the volume? Volume is okay, right? It was just quiet when it was paused, I think. Thank you very much, everybody. I am back. Let us continue, friends. Oh, look how beautiful everything is. It's just so colourful and wonderful. Let me just click on this. Do I not have my cursor locked? Full screen. I'm able to move my cursor. I've just realised. Instance distance. Squirrel? Why is NVIDIA off? DLSS. I turned that on before. Mustn't have saved it. Show genitals. I turned off nudity. Turn-based highlights. Whether the characters are highlighted, I see. Lock mouse to window. Yes. Oh, yes. 1,000 times yes. Okay. Oh, Twitch integration. Hold on. Let's have a quick look at that. Enable Twitch integration, allowing viewers to see your party view, track your quests, and vote. Okay. I don't know how to do this. I do have it connected to my Twitch account. How does that work then? I don't know if I have to do something else. Okay, Ravaged Beach. We escaped hells on the Nautiloid. Find a cure. What was this one for? I need to explore. Oh yeah, I need to find a cure for my brain worm. And then, well, we didn't manage to rescue. We left the captive inside the pod and escaped the Nautiloid without her. Hello, Min. Hello. We shall find out, I guess. Hope to link your account. I already did that. I did that pre-stream. Beach mouse. Beach mouse. Remember to use left alt. Okay. I think I just have to get used to... Oh, look at it. I do like the fact that I can kind of like, you know, play a bit more like third person-y, kind of like this, with this sort of camera view if I want to. It's so gorgeous. Look how colourful it is. Oh god, it's like a big squid. The fudge. The fudge is that? Hello there. Hello, Aaron Shadow. Kate Branchett is a babe. This is all we know. So use left alt to like see things we can interact with. I feel like I want to invert the camera. Do you know what I mean? Options. How do I do that? There must be a way, right? Keybinds. Q and E, I want to like change them. Then left is Q and right is E. Oh, that's so much more intuitive for me. Like how the tentacle is still pulsing, yeah. Oh, wow. Hello, lady. Oh, that's so much more easy for me to, like, you know, get used to. If I'm going to be moving the camera like that.
Water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
My legs are red. Okay, press Alt. Look how amazing this is, chat. Honestly. I mean, not to get too bogged down with graphics, but visual stuff is, like, important. Right, I'm glad I've fixed my cursor as well. It's not as responsive as, you know, like Diablo. You don't have to do very much, I guess. It's not as responsive in terms of movement, if that makes sense. Okay. Alt. Oh, Mangled Fisher. Okay. Mangled Fisher. Where is it? Hello? Wow, the frames have gone way up since I actually, like, activated DLSS properly. How do I get there? So it's only in combat that I have, like, specific amounts of turns. Can't pick up the shell. Am I being mental, chat? It did say Mangled Fisher just a second ago. Chasm. Squirrel. No? Behind you. Go north. Okay. This way, love. Manglefish. Ah, okay, thank you. I thought it was the other way. Take all. I can examine him. Level 1 human. He is dead, chat. Oh, the camera. Now I fix the camera. It's so much better. Okay. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful. Conditions. Dead. Yes. Backpack.
No traps, please.
Highlight items, left alt. Take a help. I've got a hood. Oh, wait, a hat. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I have to get used to the muscle movement. Muscle memory. Open. Oh, there's a water bottle. Okay. Can I attack it? Yeah, that's right. T, examine. Sentry was vulnerable to your attack and took double damage. Examine an entity to see its vulnerabilities. I see. Oh, the thing is making noises. Wait, wrong buttons. What else we got here? Backpack empty. Can I take it? Pick up and add to wares. Does that give me more, like, inventory space, or is that like a examine? Ouch.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
I need a bag of holding. Okay, got you, home slice. Left alt. Another mangled fisher. Dead. Loot. I've got to remember to press F5 as well, chat. There's a lot to think about. Ooh, I got a fish. I got a bottle. And I got some gold. Let's press F5. It is interesting that it doesn't autosave. Why is the camera so far away? Okay. Examine. It has certain resistances. Open. Nothing in it. Okay. So I'm heading which direction? If I click on her, will it center?
And, well, in it.
Did she just say in it? Okay, there's stuff over here. Loot. Take. Alright, this way. He is also dead. Just loot some bodies, take their gold. I see little bug creatures.
More of those wretched things.
Brain thingies. Blood. Okay. Tell you what, graphically, it's just incredible. It's just amazing. Loot. Oh, we got a dagger. Okay. It's on 100 FPS right now, just so you know. Since I changed to DLSS. Okay, I want to stay away from caustic stuff. Ooh, commence battle. Okay. Dash. There's any little fudge. They're moving over to me. Lost condition used dash.
Back. One strike could be lethal.
I gotta be stay back. Jump. Jump up and down across. Your strength affects how far you can jump. Throw. Can I like hit both of them in the same thing? I just crash landed. Sky squid. I'd be looting the pool working past dead fishes too. Told you she's from Essex. Great, you have killed a barrel. Bag of holding is a D&D reference. A bag that can hold more volume than the outside world will allow. I.e. a woman's handbag. First of them. Oh. I just landed. What do I do? Can I leave? Should I dash to get past them? Ooh, yikes. That wasn't good. I could heal myself. Oh, I didn't end my turn, did I even? I'm gonna die here. Use the staff spell. What, this one? Quarterstaff. Whew. Reload your save. The yellow one. This thing. Your staff or club becomes magical. But I don't have enough turns. I used my turn up. No, I didn't. Can I escape? No. Load game. Okay. Load save. Decided to dash instead of attack. That was abrupt. The combat will take some getting. It will definitely take some getting used to. Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm used to just hitting things, aren't I? And just shooting things. So yeah. Getting used to like the HUD and everything will take a bit of time. Okay. Okay. So I don't have a... I guess I don't have a marker. Map general tutorial. This is the map. This is the map of your surroundings. You can view quest locations and place custom markers. Okay, you can also teleport to waypoints you have discovered by selecting them. Okay. So I don't know. I don't have a quest on my map. I don't know where to go yet. I guess I know I need to find a cure. Find a way to remove the mind flayer parasite. Okay. Inspiration. Dialogue. So I'm just wandering around. I guess I'm going to go back to those turd wallets.
My feet can carry me. More of those wretched things.
Okay. Well, this time they moved away from me. I guess I have to fight them. Nothing in them. Combat will start. The annoying thing is they both come over at the same time. Don't engage them without help.
One strike could be lethal.
I think a lot of people have the advantage of having played P&P RPGs, not having played the one basically forces you to learn 2 game concepts at once, but so strong. Go it. Kind of the learning curve, and you will love it. I mean, it's fine, isn't it? It's just a game, right? I'll be okay. Use a staff thing and then hit one of them. It's still not even dead. So I've used my turn. He missed me. I need to heal. Which is my best healing option? Cure wounds. I didn't end my turn. Well, I'll die. Thunderwave purple spell. Need an NPC to be able to survive this fight. Thunderwave. Use the staff thing again and then hit one of them. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Moving ahead. I could just avoid them, I suppose, maybe. I see them on the map.
Those wretched things.
Can move the camera. Oh, quite far actually, to see what's going on. Oh wow. I can like look ahead. Cool. I can see there's stuff over there. There's like boxes and stuff. So I do want to go over there, I guess. How do I center it? Chat, it did tell me before, but I don't remember. Do I just click on my character to center on myself?
No, never mind.
How do I, like, recenter the camera? Thunderwave sounds like Endercats. You did end your turn, they got to attack, so you gave it return by pressing enter and try again. Okay. Check the beach first if you find a friend. Okay. Maybe there's a friend on the beach. Okay. Oh, I see a person now. It's a woman from the spaceship.
Blasted door! What? Stop! Not another step or I'll... Wait. It's you. You're the one who tried to free me on the ship.
Friendo.
At least you made the effort.
Yeah.
Suddenly you see what she sees, feel what she feels.
Oh.
Confusion, resolve, and a hint of gratitude.
Ah! Did you feel that? You've got the same thing I do. In your head.
Listen, we're Kate Branchett. She loves us. I didn't feel the thing, no doubt. We talked about that mind survival experience before on the ship. You felt it too. Remember you survived this monster's pod.
The same. It must be that tadpole they put in our eyes. I assume that's what caused our minds to cross. These things are going to consume us from the inside and turn us into mind flayers.
You know about my first tell me everything. I feel fine. All things considered. Are you sure? Calm down. We escape. We survive. There's no need to... Okay, no.
I don't know much.
What are mind flayers?
But enough to be afraid. This is how they breed. We host their spawn, and once they're ready, they'll tear right through us.
Yikes.
I'm not sure how much time we have left, but I'm not going to wait to find out. You and I need a healer.
Okay.
Finding one won't be easy in this wilderness.
She's our BFF
We'll
now.
need supplies. I'm hoping something of use might be behind this door, but I've barely made a dent in it so far.
Looks like you need a hand. I doubt this is the only entrance you could look elsewhere. What you're making is a racket. That noise is bound to attract my attention. Help her.
Be my guest, but that door's too strong. Maybe there's another way, up the cliff. Hopefully there's no more of these things.
Yeah, there are. Sorry about that. But nice to have another hand in the fight. From what I can see, looks like you handle yourself just fine. Do you know if anyone else survived the crash? There were lots of people in those pods. I'm leaving before more things call out the wreckage. But nice to have another hand.
Or just company for our final moments.
Sure.
But you're right. Whatever lies ahead will be a little less daunting with support. You can call me Shadowheart.
I'm Kate Blanchett. Let's make haste. Your name is unusual. How did you end up on the ship? I'd rather take my chances without you. No.
Lead the way.
Girlfriend. Yay. Daughter of Darkness. Press J to view. Find a way to remove the Mind Flayer parasite. We've escaped the Hells on Nautiloid and crashed somewhere in the material plane. We need to explore the area and find a healer. Okay. Friendo! Friendo! We got a friendo. Okay. Very excited. Good to meet you, Shadowheart.
Something the matter?
Nope. I just clicked on you by mistake. We should get to know each other a little more.
Say you'd like to pry.
We have a girlfriend chat.
You do seem like the type, I must say.
So that's what you like to pry. I seem like the type mistake. It was just a thought, no need to take offense. The type, what do you mean? Yes, I'm the type to pry, the type to answer. I've changed my mind. We get to know each other another time. The type, what do you mean?
Looking for connection. It's every man for himself, and you're looking to make friends.
I hate no man, lady.
Admirable, I suppose. Or desperate. I'm not quite sure.
Oi, cheeky. What could you like? It's clearly just a friend. You're not the judge of character you're supposed to be.
That's all you're entitled to, for now. Our parasite problem doesn't make you my confidant.
You'll come around. What do you think of all that's happened to us so far? We should journey separately for now. No, don't be unfriendly.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly?
You must have thoughts about little stowaways. What will you do if we actually manage to remove the tadpoles? How am I holding up in your estimations? Turn to other matters. What will you do if we manage to remove the tadpoles?
We go our separate ways, of course. What else? The ties that bind would be well and truly severed.
Where would you go?
If you must know, Baldur's Gate. And before you ask, no. I'm not telling you what I'm doing there, or who I'm meeting, or anything else.
Oh, you're keeping something back.
You pry too much.
Yes.
Any further and you'll regret it. Understand?
Yeah.
Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it. Find a way to rid ourselves of these things. We've no solid leads right now, though. We'd best get hunting. If you discover anything that might help us, I'm all ears.
Welcome, Deadin said.
You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly, but all things considered, you'll do.
Okay.
Fine. What's on your mind?
Kate has more ears than Shadow.
You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly.
Okay, I think we've finished this
but
in
all things
conversation
considered,
path.
You'll do.
Okay. Leave. Okay. Hello. She's in a loop. She's in a loop. Okay. We have a friend, chat. It's great. Ooh, ancient sigil.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Waypoints. We got it's like a worm-shaped map thingy. We've just okay. We found somewhere. Find a way into the ruins. We have an objective, friendos. Okay, I got it used to not using WASD, although I can for the camera, I suppose. It's kind of cool. See how far we can zoom out. Look at this gorgeous game. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. Can we, like, inspect the turd wallets? Can we loot them? There's nothing to loot. Nothing. Nothing from any of them. I can pick them up. Cool. It's dead. Pick oh, no thieves tools available. Ah, so if we were a thief, we could do it. Okay. Cool. Cool. I can imagine this being very addictive. Like, you know what I mean? I think they have pockets. I mean, I'm just checking if they have like some kind of why are you going away? Oh, the camera's fudged. Is it the camera's fudged? Is that what it is? How do I fix the camera, chat? What? Why are you going away from it? What's going on? Yeah, just because they don't have pockets doesn't mean you can't loot something, right? Generally speaking in life. Okay, commence battle. So now we have 2 people. The home key. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Godfather.
This will be a short fight.
Share initiative. Party members next to each other in the initiative order can act simultaneously. You can switch between them freely and take their actions in any order. So I am this lady now, Shadow Fart. We're going to call her.
Feel my mistress's
Silly lady. Goodness me. Thank you, Sage. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. Silly lady, you. Not enough. What do I have to end her turn? The thing that I'm having problems with is the fact that they have like 2 turns, and I'm like, did I use their turns? You know what I mean?
Nothing will stand in my way.
This is the thing. I have to like get used to. I just have to get used to it, honestly. I just have to, like, do it and just learn, really. Those things look like butts. He hit me. I'm still full health. So now I'm this lady. What are my options? Concussive smash. Dazes. It only dazes, doesn't it? Firebolt. 1 to 10 damage. Disadvantage. What is a disadvantage? Target is too close. Is that because we're going to hurt ourselves? Hit him. He died. He had an accident. She still has a move. She can move towards him. But she can't hit him. What about this one? Not enough resources. Dip. Dip a weapon into a surface alter the surface enhance the weapon. So I can't use any of these things. I have to end my turn. So we've got action, bonus action. Shield of Faith. Protect a creature from attacks. So can I protect her from attacks? Try to push the target away. Do your chances of spending athletics? Healing good. Let's try that. Give her a shield. So now I'm so end my turn. And now I'm like I can antagonize him. I did like 95% of his health. I can do it again. No? I don't know what that did. Don't know what I'm doing. I did all my things though, right? How his friend is dashing over. The little butt brain. He hit me.
Too much to bear.
I'm very nearly dead. Can I heal myself? Disguise self. I can heal myself. Which is my best healing option? I can do a scroll, use a scroll of detect thoughts. Oh god. Inflict wounds. Healing word. 4 to 7 healing. I guess that's the only one, right? Or I could use a potion. But that will use my That's a bonus action though. So I could... Can I have that first? I don't have any potions. Oh no, she used it. Fudging turds. Was she even fine? Can I heal my friendo? So I cannot... What can I do to her? Putrefied creature, filling your hands. Charm a person. How do I heal my lady friend? Yes, I realise that now. Yeah, I thought I was Kate Blanchett. Yeah, I realise that now. Hi, inventory. Alchemy pouch. Potion of healing. You cannot. You need to sleep first. Take Shadowheart's healing potion and transfer it to you. Aha. Send to Kate Blanchett. Okay. So, but don't I have an action? Because Kate is like super close to death. I can't apply a heal. I'm not a healer, right? Is that's it? Can I antagonize somebody? Have to end my turn. Now I'm Kate Blanchett. I can drink a potion. I healed myself like a badass. Now I'm 8 out of 10. This guy's nearly dead. 5 out of 15. He's 6 out of 15. So I can use my... I can't use my staff. What do I use? I should use that thorn whip at some point to move things closer to me. Bludgeoning. Make a melee. 4 to 11 damage. Pulls the creature. What do I do? Thunderwave. Try Thunderwave. Release a wave of thunderous force that pushes away all creatures and objects. Targets still take half damage.
You fight well.
Ooh.
Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Oh, we did it, chat. See, he had something. Ha! The person who's like, they don't have pockets. He had an intellect Devourus Cerebellum. So there you go. Checking the loot of the brains. Yes, or just use main hand attack. Yeah, I was thinking about using main hand attack. There's always nature's pocket. Lovely. Lovely. Depends if you're a boy or a girl. Cast those berries on Shadowheart. Oh, God. So, I am no one. Right, now I'm back to me. Yeah, I'm back to me. Where's my berries, friendos? Good berry. End the day. Your replenishable resources are dwindling. Take a long rest to restore hit points and other resources. Open rest menu. Squirrel. Spell. Oh. How do I like rest and stuff? Enter turn-based mode. Camp and resting menu. Go to camp. Return to your camp. To rest and check in with companions. Long rest. Rest is right south of back. But do we have a camp? If we haven't camped anywhere. Select her. She can eat the berries. Right. The rest is right about that. I mean, okay. Well, let's try long rest. Do you want to end the day? You have enough camp supplies to restore all hit points and spell shots if you rest. Yes. And we leveled up. Ah. At your camp, you can take a long rest and fully heal your party. You can also manage party members, advance relationships with your companions, store items, and eventually change your character and recruit more followers. Oh, I have clothes on. I has clothes. Where did the clothes come from? Where's my friend? Go to bed. Someone in camp still wishes to speak to you. Who wants to speak to us? Hey there, friendo. Would you like to be friends with me? Oh, there she is. Shadowheart.
Boots have seen everything.
These boots were made for walking.
That'll fit my pack.
When you're ready, use the bedrolls near the fire to the end of the day to have a long rest. Talk.
You strike me as the reliable sort.
Yes, definitely.
Are you
Would you
sure
like my
this is
number?
a good idea?
You sure this is a good idea? Sure, what is a good idea? Relax, this camp seems safe from threats. Don't fret, we need some rest. What is a good idea?
There are lit fuses in our
We're
heads.
marrying her.
Sooner or later, they're going to blow. Each hour that passes, the thing inside us grows. We need to find a healer. Let's wake up at first light.
Agreed, our top priority as far as I'm concerned. Fire will be easy to search the bonuses of familiar territory. Rushing will only land us in more trouble than we can handle. Fine, it won't be easy searching the wilderness.
Maybe, but we might get lucky. We're overdue some good fortune. Rest well. We'll need our strength.
She looks very scared. Poor lady. Hide from enemies by succeeding stealth checks. Stick to the dark and avoid enemy sightlines. Attacking or casting a spell will reveal your location. The Shillelagh is a self-buff that lets you use wisdom as your attack stat, meaning it's used to calculate your stance to hit. Shillelagh only works if you have a staff or club as your melee weapon. It also increases your damage with that weapon. Wash your face, Shadowheart. Yeah, wash your face. Where did we get the clothes from? We're like wearing nice clean clothes. We've got nice clean clothes. It also lasts 10 turns. What, the Shillelagh? What is this? Where did she get this, like, Vegas outfit from? We had a wash, we changed our clothes. Oh, we got a mask of the shapeshifter. Magic of this mask comes from its gory provenance and makes it perfect for the discerning actor, sleuth, or person with a mirror and a time to kill. Peculiar clothing chest, medium toughness. Chest bears the faint likeness of 6 noble figures from a far-off, near mythical land. Bewildering adventurer's pack. The lip of the pack is stitched with the likeness of a helmeted warrior. The eyes sheltered, something protrudes from the helmet like a strange floppy arrow. Drake General Die, very rare. Combine this die with an equipment item to alter the colours of fabric, leather, and even metal. I'm very excited that there's no microtransactions in this game, chat, honestly. Okay. Let's have a look around. Alt. There's a bedroll over there. Well, okay. Bum-ba-dum-bum. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da. Ooh, a fallen tree. Sit. Attack it. Examine it. What? Is there a point? Will I level up if I attack a tree? Can I, like, get some... Don't ungroup. I used my main hand attack. I broke it. Do I get XP from breaking trees? Does our friend like it? Pick up a barrel? Climb on. Pick up and add to wares. What? I don't know. What, is there something in it? Maybe there's something in it. A wooden crate. Sturdy. I didn't really mean to pick it up. Oh, there's more over there. Okay. Honestly, just getting used to the controls is, you know... Open the bottle rack. Nothing in there. I'm scared to ungroup, honestly. Aha! We got a walk fang. And some gold. Chat, is the volume okay? Is it loud enough? What is this? Attack. Oh, we got water all over us. Surprisingly. should get used to throwing things. Target's too far. That's right. You throw that bucket, lady. Okay, there's a thingy. Look at me getting used to using the controls. Oh, there's stuff over here. I really wanted to use the... Oh, rickety chair. Invasion plans. Read. This map of the Sword Coast sprawls from the deep forest of Tethir to the frigid spine of the world, its topography worn by ancient ink and the constant trade between mortal hands. Okay. Can I take it? Gib. You can read books and notes you picked up in your inventory. Double-click a book to read it. Open books. Sack of books. I could examine them. Precariously stacked tomes of varied thickness, each dustier than the one beneath. Okay. I don't know if there's a benefit to taking them. You beat up that training thing. Shillelagh. You can throw children. Volume's good. You want to send a lot of your inventory to camp so you don't carry it around all the time. You can use boxes to climb on a building even. How about in game? You should play a rogue really and nicking everything that's not screwed to the floor. And would you please click on the arrow up on your character portrait on the left? My OCD is clicking in. This thing here. Okay. Chill out. Level up. Circle of the Land. Subclass features. Wild shape. As an action, you can assume the form of a beast. You can transform twice per short rest. So could we do that now? Wild shape. Class actions. Magically assume the shape of a beast. Wild shape badger. Badger has a starting health of 13 hit points that increases every 2 druid levels. Can burrow into the ground. Spider. Assume the shape of a giant spider that can enweb enemies. A giant spider has a starting health of 20 hit points that increases every 2 druid levels. Wolf. Assume the shape of a dire wolf. I see a kitty at the end. I'm getting excited. Assume the shape of a dire wolf that can incite enemy allies and distract enemies. The dire wolf has a starting health of 18 hit points that increases every 2 druid levels. Kitty! Take the shape of a cat. 2 hit points. Avoid attention and meow to distract enemies. Chat. Squeakathon. And here we go. What are you 3-2-1ing about? And what do you mean just 27 minutes later? Try not to be like turd wallets, chat. Honestly. Yes, you give me a cat. Natural recovery. Replenish expended spell slots while out of combat. Cool. Character features. Opportunity attack, elven weapon training, proficiency with long sword, short sword, short bow and longbow. You can see in the dark up to 12 meters. Yep, this is the stuff we chose. Choices pending. Okay, so I have to choose. I mean, bear in mind there's a lot to take in right now, chat. Try not to be like twatty about it. Do you know what I mean? So I have to choose something. So already that. Do I click on one? Choices pending. What do I choose? Add class. I think it's the cantrip. Okay. Target gains Bonus to ability checks. 10 turns. Poison spray, produce flame. Flame in your hand sheds a light in a 9-meter radius and deals fire damage when thrown. Resistance. Makes the target more resistant to spell effects and conditions. Melee. Whew. Counting down until you discover the cat. I see. You did say if I wanted to be a cat, then druid would be good. So I did assume I would be able to. So I have to pick one of these or something. Guidance is very good, but Shadowheart knows it already. Produce flame is quite powerful, but only single use per day. Yeah, pick one of these. Poison. It sounds good to me. Resistance. Make a target more resistant to spell effects. So is that for your friend? Or I can make myself resistant, I guess. I might go poison. Fine. Okay. Okay. So I've got more hit points now. Can I... Right, how do I heal myself, chat? Can I, like, click on this? I have to click on myself. Okay. Alright. So now I just kind of go to sleep. So how do I get rid of some of the things from my inventory? So this is a camp, right? I can just put stuff in boxes, can I? How do I do that? Just find a box and click on it. Like, can I store stuff in here, for example? Open the inventory. Transfer to camp. Send to camp. Okay. Should I do that with gold as well? So I don't have to carry it. What kind of things do I need to keep on me? Shadow hearts. Is there an auto? Sort by weight. We don't see it. I equipped the hat, but I don't see it. Oh, old floppy hat. And are we wearing the best clothing that we can? 11 armor and the druid leather armor. Ah, so when I'm in camp, I equip like these like cozy clothes. Is that how it works? So I guess it is the best thing I'm wearing, right? Homely clothes. My camp clothes. I see. Okay. All right. So I guess then this other armor stuff I can put in the box, or I can send to camp. The short sword. Those are your pajamas. Twitch shops offer fancy camp clothes. I see. I take all the heavy things I want to sell. So I guess like incense and necklace and things like that, things we will sell, right? Dye. So what would you put away from these things, chat? We items you see a weight left and a value right. Mm-hmm. I see. So these don't weigh very much. Yeah, I've organised it by weight. I don't know. Bewildering Adventurers Pack. Open. Oh, I got loads of things in there. Mixed coffee. Oh, coffee. Foods. Oh, nom nom. The food you find is sent to camp. Is it? When you get to a merchant, you can visit the camp again and then take all the stuff you sent to camp earlier and send it all at once. By traveling both, we'll get there. So can I just put all the, like anything that I get rid of from my inventory? Oh, thank you, Billy. That's very nice of you. Thank you for the bits. So can I just put all this stuff in a box? Like Nautiloid tank and stuff? Hello, Zach. How you doing? I'm really enjoying it. It is a lot to take in. I've never played D&D, and this is my first Baldur's Gate game. So chat is like guiding me through it. Yes. It's really, really amazing though. It's beautiful. Everything, it's gorgeous. Like it runs incredibly well, and I'm really enjoying it. It's like very immersive and everything, but there's just a lot to take in. Yes. You can try hitting chests to open them. I see. Oh god. So it's kind of exhausting for my poor brain. So can I just put stuff away? Can I just put all these things in camp so we don't get over encumbered? Dark Mind. I assume I don't need to use that. Seems like a lot of function slots and buttons. It's a lot of buttons to press. I'm used to just hitting stuff or shooting stuff. And I don't just hit and shoot. I have to like think about what the other person's going to do and put myself in the right position and think about how many turns I've got. And yeah, send it all to camp. Okay, perfect. And revive, accept the gold and revive skull. Perfect. I love it. Good. Yes, it is exhausting, but it's fun. So everything except those two. Let's do it. But everything is amazing. Like the music is beautiful. Like it looks incredible. It plays really well. It's quite fantastic. And there's no microtransactions, which is amazing. I don't need this sword, right? So I already have all my weapons equipped, I assume. One guesses. Melee. Quarterstaff. Can I move it there? No. Barbie-themed barbarian would be a shoo-in. Shadowheart also gained a level to might to click on a picture. Oh, okay. Alright. Get the keyring back. Check the box next to Shadowheart. Get the keyring back. Okay. How do I get it? How do I access my camp stuff? Skills. Squirrel. Manually. Okay. From an actual box. It's all in here. Okay. Get the key back. Send to Shadowheart. Go to the box. I see. Shadowheart also gained level. Pick it up. Okay. Alright, click on Shadowheart.
I wonder what the next move is.
Level up. Okay. So we level up our friendos as well. Oh, she washed her face. How nice. Okay. Now she's a cleric. Ah. Oh, God. I need, like, a lot of guidance, honestly. So am I gonna... Do I need to learn something or just accept? Is that all we're doing? Accept the level. Okay. That's all I had to do, just accept. We saw a spell afterwards. Okay, perfect. Okay. Can I go back to being me? We need to heal her. Can I heal her? Okay. All right, lady.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Back to Kate Branchett. Right, I think I've inspected the camp now, but we didn't go over here, did we? Let's go over here. Can we take our friend with us? Tab and select the spell book. Okay. This game maybe not ideal for streaming because a lot of reading. I mean, I'm going to stream it. Yeah. I want to play through the whole thing, ideally. Shadowheart's tent has a symbol of Shah on it. We kind of like it. I hope you're enjoying it. I am really enjoying this, honestly. You know, it is overwhelming, and I like have problems with attention generally anyway, but it is really like, it is a great game so far. Shah is her goddess. A symbol of Shah. Okay. Kel, you told me to open the spell book. What am I doing? Guide me, friendo. We have to pick stuff. No? Now you can see all your spells left and shadow spells right. I see. Okay. So these are the ones I've got selected currently. And I can change them at camp. Is that right? Fairy Fire. Spell is not prepared. All targets within the light turn visible. I see. So every time I go to camp and rest, I can prepare different spells so that I've got them for the next fight. So this may be a good time to like choose other things, maybe? I don't know. I definitely want better healing things. 4 to 11, 4 to 7. Speak with animals. For example, try stuff out, read what they do. Yeah. Well, we don't have the good berry. We do have the good berry. And we also have entangle. Create a vine surface slowing down creatures, possibly entangling them. We'll have to use that. Charm a person. Charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. Fog cloud. The cloud blinds and heavily obscures creatures within it. Hello, Starbird. How you doing? Ooh. Create or destroy water. So does anyone have any recommendations that I should switch, or should we just get on with it? In D&D, healing in combat is generally not great use of your actions. Heal after and in between battles, but not if. Okay, that's good to know. How's it going? It's going all right, Starbird. I'm having a great time. A bit overwhelmed though, honestly. Yes, it's a lot, but it's good. I'm enjoying it. Is there anything I particularly need to switch, chat, or are we going to move on? You can remove her inflict wounds, the green spell in the middle. This one, remove it. And give her something else. A lot of D&D players consider healing word to be the best healing spell in the game, as it is a bonus action, has a long range. I see. Healing word. Okay. So what's like really good thing to equip for her? Command a creature to flee, move closer, freeze, drop to the ground, or drop its weapon. Cure wounds. Guiding bolt. We've already got guiding bolt. Okay. Bane. Up to 3 creatures receive a penalty. Bless. Bless up to 3 creatures. Sanctuary. You or an ally cannot be targeted until you attack or harm a creature. That sounds kind of handy. Protection from evil and good. Protect an ally against attacks and powers of aberrations, celestials, elementals, fey, fiends, and undead. I don't know, peeps. Create or destroy water. Any recommendations, friendos? Command sounds cool. Try one of them. We're picking spells to prepare, yeah. Yep. Tangle, very good, but I don't know if it's good in this. Blessed is very good, but Shadowheart is a cleric, so he also has access to it. Well, we're looking at Shadowheart here. Bless is good. Okay, let's use bless. Okay, so for us, is there anything we particularly should get rid of or add to? Oh. Thunderwave was good, wasn't it? We need to keep that, right? Cure wounds. We keep. We've got Ice Knife already. Enhance Leap. Speak with animals. I don't know how frequently we'd need that, though. Animal Friendship. Convince a beast not to attack you. Creature must have intelligence of 3 or less. Condition ends early if your ally hurts the target. In higher difficulty modes, the target might become hostile when the spell ends. Bless or Bane is my choice. Do we already have Bane, right? Nope. We've gone for Bless, I think. Well, we'll try Bless. We could try Bane afterwards, I guess. What about my Kate Blanchett person? You choose Bless. That's perfect. Bless is good. Bane is strong. Not sure if doing debuffs. It's not too much at this point. So is there anything I should give Kate? Our main character. Or are we good? Long Strider. Increases creature's movement speed. What did the fairy do again? The Fae. All targets within the light turn visible. Within the light turn visible, and attack rolls against them have advantage. Fae is very good. Never played a caster in D&D. I think those look pretty good too. I just got here. You should make it a habit to make good berries pre-fight. Make them. Okay. Advantage is very good. Take over that entangle, I would say. So remove entangle and add fairy fae. You should get to roll 2 dice and take the better one. Ah. Okay. Are we good? Very, very better than entangle. Okay. Alright. Are we happy then? Fog cloud. Cloud blinds and heavily obscures creatures within it. Perfect. Alright. Perfect. Do we go to bed now? Did we go to all the places? Oh, I was about to go over here, wasn't I? To look around. This is the camp though, isn't it? I hear squelchy noises. Oop, I've got to get used to moving. Squirrel! I guess there's nothing in here. Can I build in here or something? Wrong game, right?
Light on my feet.
Light on my feet. Go on, lady. Okay. Let's go, sleepy pies. I need to make a cookie corner at the camp. That's the cookie corner over there. Definitely. Okay, lady. Where do we set up near her? I'm just saying. Oh, we can both sleep next to the fire together. Very romantic. Go to bed. Long rest. Fully resting. Use the required amount of camp supplies to fully rest. Recovering all your hit points, spell slots, and short rest. Not using enough camp supplies. Okay. Auto select. 42 out of 40. Perfect. In my... oh my god, butt spot. Auto select first. Yeah. In my head, she's using the mouse. You're getting better at queuing it. Yeah, now that I like switched it, so it's like Q is left and E is like moved to the right. It's better. And then full rest. Okay. We got through a day, peeps.
Falling into your trance should have been as easy as breathing.
I'll pour some
Yet
water.
Peace eludes you. You recall a wild wood, touched only by the Telquasir. The world around you breathes. Fire spills across your thoughts. Dragon's breath. The tadpole slithers, twisting deeper into your skull. Your head is about to burst. The memory consumes your mind, corrupting the trance.
Hold on, I'm drinking. 1 second. Hold on. Gotta hydrate, peeps. Your head is about to burst and memory consumes your mind, corrupting the trance. Elf wisdom. You have walked your dreams countless times before. This memory will this memory surpass? Constitution. Refuse to break. Anything can be endured in the trance. Let the pain claim you. Very confusion when corrupting the trance. Refuse to break. Anything can be endured in the trance. You've walked your dreams countless times. Will this memory to pass? I don't know. Wisdom. +3 wisdom. Success. Okay. You have walked your dreams countless times. Will this memory to pass?
The flames cool, dispelled, as the image you know
Screw memories.
again. Nature's sublime majesty. As the trance stabilizes, your breath deepens. Be it cure or cage, something must be done about the tadpole. Every night that passes is another night the monster inside you grows.
I love the mechanics of it. Oh. She's like meditating. Oh, we've changed again. Are these our camp clothes? No, these are like these. Oh, she's got her thing on. Why is my hair pink? Excuse me, I didn't choose pink hair. What is this shenanigans? Chat. Take that hat off. It's horrible. Unequipped. It made her hair. Look how beautiful her hair is. It's so pretty. I think the hat does that. Maybe we'll get the game because I'm terrible at with rolling dice. Spending so much time with the character creations was worth it. She looks incredible, doesn't she? Definitely seems to be. Oh, it seems to be a bug. Hello, Silma. How are you doing? Started this myself. Elf bard sorcerer for me. We've gone for elf druid. I don't know if that's a strange combination. Hat of pinkification. Yes, exactly. Leave camp when you're ready. Oh, how do I do it now? Ooh, what do we got here? Leave. Oh, leave camp. Okay. Okay. Do I need to prepare berries and stuff? Oh, we're back at this place. How do I prepare berries, chat? I just want to prepare a berry for like a battle and stuff. Good berry. Do I have to like click on it? Glad this is finally out. Druid, yeah. I wanted to be an animal. Can I? How do I? Berries. Me too. God, the full game is out now. Yeah. This is my first experience with a Baldur's Gate game, so I'm off. All right, Nora. Thanks very much for being here. Click again. On me. Item received. Good berry. Ah. I see. I see. Not the button. There you go. Click on your portrait or companion. I see. Can I give her some good berries? I don't know why it sounds weird. How many can I make? Is that the maximum? 12 good berries. Okay. Can I click on her?
Something the matter?
Hold on, madam. I just wanted to give you my berries. I want to talk to you about what happened. No, hold on a sec. Can I like...
Faith protects me.
Will you make some... Beg your pardon? Will she make some good berries? Can I give her some good berries? It sounds so weird. Should give one to your friends so you both have one inventory. Okay. Wait, go back to Kate.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Alright, good berry. Give one to Friendo. Send to Shadowheart. Split item. I just want one for her. Should I give her like 2? Stop it, Dave. I'm trying to keep my mind up. Just use a boy spells for your MC. Greedy. At least there are no twigs involved, just berries. That would be even more... Okay. How many berries can I give her? Can I give her half my berries? How many berries does one give a lady? 1. Just 1? Can I give her half my berries? Give her 3 to 6. Let's give her 6 berries. I picked up... Wait. Right, now can I give those... give those to Shadowheart. There we go. Now we both have berries. Alright then, we did great. So I've used all my spells up, is that right? Just out of, like, kindness and enjoying clicking on things. Surfaces. You stepped in a surface, it could become dangerous if affected by elements like fire or lightning. Most surfaces like this can be washed away with water. I see. Is that where that spell about, like, making... water comes in? Squeaky! Hello? Did you want a berry? What's wrong, Fluff? Why are you crying? The cat has just come over and is meowing at me. Just your berries for the day. Oh, I see. Use the tap to show everyone's inventory. In today's episode, Anna discovers sharing... Stop it for Silver. Behave yourself. That sounds like the worst agony aunt question. How many berries does one give a lady? Yeah, exactly. I have met a lady. I'd like to give her some berries. I don't know how many to give her. Should I be heading over to the ruins thing there? No? Over here I need to go to. So maybe I should go that way. We haven't... Have we been this way? Is this where we were before? Squirrel? Can use the spells once per long rest. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Q and E. Q and E, friendo. Somebody did say it was home to return to my character. There we go. Well done, everybody. We're gonna go... Apparently we're going this way. There's lots of weird, like... Oh, there's a person over here. Oh, he looks very troubled. Hi, mister. Come to, like, speak to you. Oh, shit. I just skipped.
You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
I right-clicked. Astarion, there in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like, stand back. Kill it yourself. You look capable enough. Let me... I'm going to try and be nice. In spite of my eyebrows. Actions.
There. Can you see it?
Maybe our friend will think we're brave. That way we might find another friendo. You can use spells once.
Just a dumb boar.
Perception.
You're relieved until you see the flash of a dagger.
Oh. A Ted wallet. Put it away. We don't need to fight. If this is a robbery, you're off to a bad start, friend. One more step and I'll make you eat that knife.
Don't we? I saw you on the ship. Free. Scuttling about.
I don't scuttle.
You're in league with them, aren't you?
Who?
Those tentacles.
No.
Your mind twists.
Oh.
You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets.
Oh.
You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light. The fear.
Piggy.
What was that? What's going on?
He has a new Gambeson, has he not? What was that? What's going on? It's the Mind Flayer's worm. It connects us. Honestly, I have no idea. Put the knife away and I'll tell you everything. Connection. Yeah. Appealed to him.
That explains things.
Yes.
Somewhat. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards.
Well, there you go.
Apologies.
Well, maybe I'll accept your apologies. Apology accepted. I might have done the same if the roles were reversed. Glad to see we're all caught up now. You'd better have more to offer than apologies. I mean, let's be nice, shall we?
A kindred
Shadowheart likes this.
My name's
Nice.
Astarion.
A lot of indignity. I
was in
don't
Baldur's
schedule.
Gate when those beasts snatched me.
Yeah, sorry I didn't stab you. Introduce yourself. You're a Baldurian too. Tell him your name and your story. Or just nod.
My. You've been busy.
What are you implying?
Did you learn anything about these worms while wandering the ship?
PvT. Zune. Thank you. I got giddy all of a sudden. In the early access, he wore a black jacket, did he? Did you know anything about these worms wandering the ship? Unfortunately, they'll turn us into mind flayers. I don't know what we want them. I don't know. I know we don't want them in our heads. Mind flayers.
Of course, it'll turn me.
No, I know what Baldurian means. I know what it means.
What else did I expect? Although
English is my first language.
It hasn't happened yet. If we can find an expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time.
The good thing is that if I'm not paying attention, which sometimes happens, chat with ADHD, I can read again what he said. Wasn't happened yet. Also, Squeaky is right next to me getting scritches. If we've had an expert, there might still be time. Control it, we need to get rid of it. You should travel with me on Sabetta together. Need to get moving.
You know,
Make a friend.
I was ready to go this alone, but maybe sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea.
Yeah, you look creepy and I don't trust
crash
you.
a mind flare ship and walk away seems like a good person to know.
Yeah.
All right, I accept.
Updated the pale elf.
Lead on.
Okay, we have friendo. We have so many friends now. We're like super popular. Holy Potatoes has had to keep straight facing the meat with the very talk a few minutes ago. Sorry, Louis. Anyway, what is he called? Astarion. Opportunity attack, sneak attack, critical hit. Oh, he has a level up. Look at me learning. He's a rogue. Okay. Except, what does he do? Cunning action hide. Hide from enemies by 6. He seems the kind to hide, honestly. Cunning action dash. Cover more distance. Disengage. Hide, dash, and disengage. So all he does is like avoid. Question mark. He can be sneaky. Oh. Sneaky friendo. Alright. Don't be chatting at my lady now, will you? We got a thing. Oh, I'm him.
No one stopped me yet.
There we go. Going on. Up. Okay. Oh,
There.
no.
A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
Oh. Oh, it's the dude with the weird face. Okay. Oh. Summary. Detailed view. Alright. Keep away from him. He's dying. We should go and talk to him. Maybe he could, like, you know, tell us his secrets. Talk.
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion.
Give in to the emotion. This isn't right. Step away. You know you should be furious, shouldn't you? So the narrator is speaking to us. Yes,
Poor
compassion.
creature is on the brink of death, but there's still time.
Look how great she looks.
Life to save it.
Oh, save! No! I forgot about saving.
But then the feeling slips.
No.
The creature's mind.
Oh, you can do it mid.
Elsewhere.
You can do it midway through. Oh no, what? I messed up. Isn't there like a chance that something might happen? Concentrate on its thoughts. The advantage of lapse, break free. Oh, chat. Wait, this is where we save, right? Okay. In case we get a bad roll. Oh, critical failure. Oh.
You try to break through, but its mind is impenetrable.
You rolled a 1 in
With
this skill
last
check.
surge of defiance, it slaps your efforts away. The monster lies exhausted.
You rolled like me.
Its eyes, wet orange
1 is an automatic
pearls,
fail.
radiate malice.
Close those eyes forever. Leave it to die slowly. What if we do it? What if we go again? 20 is an automatic success.
Monster.
I got XP.
It's too good for it.
Do we want to do it again? What do you think, friendos? What do we do in this circumstance? Nope, you're good. Because we're fine. Okay, because he died and it's fine. Okay, perfect. Can I loot him? Loot. Ooh, we got a potion of speed and a void bulb. Throw this alien bulb at a target, possibly pull in nearby objects and creatures. Potion of speed. When this conditions ends, become lethargic. Gain an extra action and 2 bonus to armor class, advantage on dexterity throwing, saving throws, and double your move. Oh, cool. Take all. Excellent. Whenever there's like luck like this involved, I'm gonna try and make like the good choices because then I won't feel bad about it. Dead goblin. I kind of want to go up there if I can, but I suppose we'll check this goblin first. Oh, there's a thing.
Dead goblins over there.
Yeah, I saw that.
For supplies, maybe.
I saw that. Everyone hates a no, it's all hand axe and a bone. I suppose we can sell the bone, right? Or something. Is there crafting in this game? Look at us. We look like a right bunch of wankers too. Anyway, there's an ancient sigil circle. Use. What? I don't know if I'm ready yet.
Approach the sigil on the stone. Magic
Hello, Vulcan.
glitters and
Hi.
swirls
What's a
from
loot?
it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
I didn't want to go in yet. Leave. Right, we'll touch the sigil later. Gotta ask it a few questions first. Let's go, like, look around. Oh, I see. Wait. Loot all the bods. Ooh, we got a goblin scimitar. And we got a potion of healing. We got a supply package for camp supplies. And a goblin bow. Okay, I want to go, like, this way. Oh, we climb. Stop burning yourself, lady. Don't stand in the spikes. Crushed spike trap. What happened? No trap disarm toolkit available. Oh, so did that hit me? Can I eat a berry? Did that help at all? Does it happen over time? Oh, it's double click to center the camera, that's it.
So that's progress.
Did that help me at all, chat? I don't feel like it did. You can touch it. He won't go anywhere. A shovel.
I hear shouting up ahead.
Start digging.
We should check it out, but be careful.
No use digging with my bare hands.
Pick up. Treasure? Question mark. A chest. Open. Ooh, we got a bronze goblet and some gold. Very nice. Not too shabby. Free things and stuff. Will we find our way back to that thingy? Wait. What happened? Saving. Autosave. Oh, I see people fighting.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders.
How you liking it? Hello, Minnie. I'm loving it so far.
Any second. What's going on?
Hello there.
Goblins are on our tail. Open the gate, Zevlor, now. You let goblins here? Where is the druid?
Fun to watch you play, not for me. Yeah, that's fair enough.
There's no time.
Rogues can disarm traps. Goodberry only just 1 HP. I see, right.
By the 9 hells, open the gate!
Tell me you saved. It auto-saved as we approach this area. Ah, good to have you here, Edmund. Good to hear. Did you get the key? I bought it. It was tipped and bought it. They emailed me back. They said that they were overwhelmed with requests and they haven't gone through all of them yet, so I wouldn't have been able to play today if I didn't buy it.
And suffer its sting.
Oh right, we're in combat and I can't see what's going on. Right, who's the sitch? Oh god, this is the tough bit for me, like learning to fight. Target outside normal range. There's so many people to fight. What do we do? Okay, I got 3 people though. He's a rogue. Can he shoot people? Outside normal range. Sneak attack ranged. Path is interrupted. Hamstring shot. So what do we do in these circumstances? We need to reposition. Is that right? Can he stealth attack people? Dip. Piercing strike. Sneak attack. Oh, I can go against him. Must have advantage against target. He needs to get closer and get line of sight. You're now strategizing. Sneak attack is good. So I need to get him closer and he needs line of sight. So do I need to like... I can't dash, right? Because that uses like all my turns, does it? Stealth attack first needs to go... I need to go stealth. I'm in stealth now, right? Is this what this looks like? He looks very strange. He's a creepy fellow. Definitely a Slytherin. Move into better positions over more than 1 turn in this fight. So like here maybe? They're gonna see us though, aren't they? Isn't that the thing? Sometimes it's the right decision to just move in a turn. To just move, I see. Dipper weapon. Hide. Okay. Throw. Dash. Cover a distance. Disengage. Help. Hamstring shot. Piercing strike. Oh, this says how many turns. 2 turns. Main hand attack. Firebolt. But we don't have line of sight anyway. So I want him to like... He can't move there with this thing, can he? He just has to... Cantrip's Firebolt. Bonus action. Cunning action hide. Can we dash? I want him to get like line of sight, but I don't want him to be seen. We have to learn. Let's just go for it. Not enough movement.
Yes, here.
Can I go into stealth mode? How do I stealth again? Or can I not do it? Sneak attack ranged. Must have advantage. can't have disadvantage against target. Can't have disadvantage against target. What? No comprende. Must have advantage. Can't have advantage. Can't have disadvantage. Can I shoot him then? C to stealth.
Into the shadows.
Oh. Not enough movement. Not enough resources. Because we've already... Because I've used my turns up. I still don't quite know how to... Okay, I haven't used all my turns up. I can move. Okay. Someone is up there. So I can't shoot any of these people. He's like green. Does that mean he's in line of sight? But I don't have any turns left. Will I stay in stealth? You see the red area? That's where they can see you. If I end my turn, do I come out stealth? Because you dash, he should be ready for the next round. I think the green is friendly. Ah, I see. So if I end my turn now, I mean, there's nothing else I can do. I don't have any choice, I suppose. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so the green people are like allies. The fight has started. He's shooting me. Oh wait, I'm already hurt. Can I eat a berry? What do I do? I gotta heal myself first, right? Answers maybe when you end your turn, the enemies have a roll. Have a roll if they detect you. You want to do your other guys before ending. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. So I thought I had to end my turn and then my friends like had their turns. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Oh, now I understand better. Eat the berries. I can only eat one berry. Because it takes a turn. Yeah, so I thought that I had a turn, then my friends, like, these all had those. The bar on top. This thing here. This is everybody's turn. You can see the turn up top in the screen, who goes after who. Okay. That's the order in which people act. The run order is how the characters and enemies are shown on the top. I see. But I had to end the turn, right? Because I couldn't have, like, used my other people. I don't know, chat. It is based on dexterity. I would reload the save and rest to get all your spells back. This one here. It always goes to the top one, does it? Okay. The turn is per character. If you end the turn, you will have 2 enemies. Turn, then allies friendly. I see. You did it right. Okay. Cool. We'll learn. We'll get there. Bum 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 bum. Oh look, I'm just wandering around. Everything's fine. Nothing has happened. You set some turd wallets around. I want to like climb up. Start a fight. Let us sit. Okay, this is where we like instigated it. Can I walk somewhere where it's going to be advantageous to me? No, it'll stop me here. Skip. Skip because you might have to do this more than once. Skipping. Commence battle. Okay. Alright. Oh, disadvantage. So we do now have a, like an angle at least. I don't know what to do, honestly. I've realised how much the interface resembles the complexity of an airplane cockpit. There's so much information. There is so much information. Yeah, and once I get used to the idea of the mechanics, it's going to be so much easier. But I just have to get used to what we do in combat. Like I just learned what to do with my I've barely learned what I've got to do with one character. Now I've got 3 people to control, obviously. So what do I do? I don't know what to do. Someone give me some advice. Some things I never noticed before today's stream. Yeah, not missing much on Conan. Just new emotes. Oh, in the bazaar. Info overload. Yeah, definitely. It's going to take many hours to learn. You're in for a huge adventure. I'm really loving it, though. I really genuinely am loving it. I just need some help, really. Focus on the archer at the hill. This guy up here. Who I can barely see. Okay, I can use A and D to move around. This guy here. How do I get to him, then? I could stealth up. Kill him. Nearest enemy is right. Take him down. Also, about positioning. Think about positioning for the battle. Before battle starts might work. Oh, I tried to do that. It wouldn't let me. Each turn you have a certain amount you can move, and usually a single action. We got a little range friendo here. He's got his bow and arrow, but he can't get him in one hit. Chat. So I have, how many turns does he have? How many actions can he take? How do I find that out? Where do I look at it? Because it's probably going to change, is it? Split the team so they enter from different angles. Oh, there's a guy here as well. We can actually hit him for 65, but then we lose our surprise. He has a movement, 1 action, 1. It's okay. He has movement, 1 action, and a bonus action. So 3 things, a movement and an action and a bonus. Kill the lower guy. She's a druid after all. So if we shoot him, we'll only do 65% of his health. And then he'll be alerted. Or he dies all the way. Okay. Was he only at 65 health? Is that why? Okay, we one-shot somebody. We got him. 65 chance to hit. I see. Okay. So he's got more things to do. He can move and he's got a bonus. He can reposition. So how do I... Oh, shizzles it. What did I... Oh god, I pressed spacebar! Chat! I pressed spacebar. Do I reload my save? Space must be end turn! Did we lose much? See what happens? No. Jump if you can. Should be good. Okay. So how do I get him? Can I get him up here? To fight this guy? This is what I was thinking about. I accidentally hit spacebar because gamer skills. I could get here. I could put him here. I've got to get used to these frickin' controls, honestly. I could put him here.
On I go.
Oh wait, I moved my friend instead. Controlling them. Yeah, I remember who could. Yeah, I'm moving a different person now. Didn't realise. Does she have any ranged attacks? Cursive Smash. She's a main. What could she do? A firebolt. Not enough movement. Can I move first? If I click there, can I move and then hit him with my thingy? Yes. No. That's not what that happens. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, cast Bless on the group. Right, so she's run out of turns now.
Never a dull moment.
Don't you have movement and attack turns? So because I had equipped the fire thingy, so I can move. We're gonna go get this guy up here, shall we? So can I? How do I move her? I need to like give her like an instruction. See who's next up top. Shadowheart's currently in her turn. Right, okay, so that's why, because she's still in her turn. But I can't move her. I can't do anything, can I? What can I do? End the turn. Oh, because I can't use Kate until we get to her. I see. Yep.
By sickle and sword,
Okay.
strike them down.
No actions left. No! Shadow. Alright, it's my turn.
Well, so much for peace.
So I'm nearly full health. We want to try and get this guy. What do I... What are my choices? I could try to move. So I can just click and move her. So I could move her to next to Shadow or something. I could place her here. And then what? Druid form. I don't know how to go into Druid form. I haven't used it yet. How do I go into Druid form? Wild shape charge. I can go into a wolf. Or different animals. Okay. Okay, these are the advantages. Meow to distract enemies. Spider. Assume the shape of giant spider can enweb enemies. Giant spider has starting health of 20 hit points, increases every 2 druid levels. Badger. Assume the shape of a giant badger that can burrow into the ground. Badger has a starting health of 13 hit points, increases every 2 druid levels. Wolf. Assume the shape of a direwolf that can incite allies and distract enemies. A direwolf has a starting health of 18 hit points. Wolf is good. Do you see a little square? Can she sneak up behind? Can you engage him in melee? Thinking of if he's an archer might be to your advantage. So if I choose wolf, click to confirm. Dismiss wild shape. You've assumed a different shape. You can dismiss it to change back to your original form. Situational actions. General tutorial. You have unlocked an action as a result of another ability, feature or condition. It will remain at the side of your hotbar until those conditions expire. This thing here. But very cute. Can I pet myself? You can jump up there now and move up there. I pressed space again, chat. I need to unbind that.
I'll bleed every last one of you.
Do you know what I was trying to do? Was move the camera. Rebind it to enter, yeah. Yeah, because I was trying to lift the camera. I mean, it's going to take a little while to learn this. He looks like a Hemsworth, that guy. His turn now. My puppy is sleeping. Yes. What can I do with that? keybinds. Yeah, basically I was just trying to lift my camera and I accidentally pressed spacebar. I've done it twice now. Where is spacebar? Cancel end turn. Okay. Enter. Okay. Okay. It did it again. I pressed it to test it. I mean, I'm happy to start again, honestly, but... There's an end turn further. Back in again. Hold on. End turn. We'll change it to end turn. Keybind requires remapping. Input return is currently assigned to cancel end turn. Yes. Skip is space. We want to keep that, don't we, right? Well, it won't skip our turn, will it? Back in again. We're good, right? Leave turn-based mode, shift in space. Okay. Ooh. Escape is cancel action. Okay. We can kill him now.
Focus, strike true.
Critical miss. What else can I do? Invoke duplicity. Distract enemies with illusion. These are grayed out though. I'm assuming I can't use them. V to push him. Push him away. He's just further away. And what else can I do? Do I get a bonus? Yeeted him. Push him, but only if he would fall in the fight in the right direction. Move up to him again. Sometimes you can push them over a cliff. That's fun. So I've run out of actions now. Right? Had you done that facing the edge, he would have fallen down. That's fine. That's good. So now we end our turn, right? Because then it goes to the next people. Yes? Saved. Okay, he hit us. Now we're the puppy. Direwolf friendo. And now I want to, like... I need to move the camera. Can I go get my friend? Threatened? Not enough movement. So what? How do I play this as a wolf? Inciting howls. Gather your pack. Each ally within earshot can move an additional 3 meters during the next turn. Exposing bite. Nip at target to distract it. Disengage. Dash. Hit spacebar to end turn. They try to attack with bow. They have a disadvantage. Run behind where you came from, up the cliff in that direction. Not enough movement to get up there. So what do I can't get very far. I can go here. How far can the wolf jump? Doubled movement cost, difficult terrain. I don't know what he can do though. We can go here, but what do we gain? Moving up cliff will mean you can't go as far as open ground. So I can't do anything in one action. I guess I could move here, and then I could try and move again, but then I won't be able to, like... I won't be able to hurt the guy, will I? It'd take me, like, two movements. Too far, yeah, I might want to go to that group and bite them. But I can't get to them in one hit, in one go. Furthest I can go is, like, here. Bite. Gotta get to them first. Exposing bites. Jester! Hello, lovely. Thank you so much for 13 months. Welcome back, lovely. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Use a dash, you can double move. What, get over to here, like? Go over to our friends. I can get to, like, here.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Let's just give it a go. See what happens. And then can I also do a thing? Jump. Can't do anything else. I can move. I can get to our friends. Our allies. Be a distraction. I can't do anything else. So I've finished my turn, right? And I can still move. I don't know what I've gained. Yeah. I can still move again? I'm not gaining anything. Right, we've used all the turns, right? Hemsworth, you'll go. What did he go? Oh, there's another one over there. At least we've moved, I guess. We're now in a position to, like, do something, I suppose. Oh, crikey. I mean, it's not looking good for the goodies, is it? I don't know what we can do. Can I move and get into position somewhere to do something else? If I dash, it'll use my whole turn. Like, won't it? Cunning action. I can get to here. Maybe I can shoot them? Saved? Can I shoot them? Yeah, I can kill him. I got 70% chance of killing him, 65 of him. $15 out of 27. I mean, I take my chances on the bigger guy. Because he's going to do more damage to our friend, Liam Hemsworth. It's a chance to hit, yeah. We're gonna go for that one. We missed. We took our chance. Can't do anything else. I can still move, but that's about it, and not very far at that. Can I do anything? These are all grayed out, aren't they? No more bonus actions. Yeah, I can't move very much closer. I can't do anything. I can like move like a tiny bit. You see? Can't dash. Just a little bit of movement left, yeah. I guess we could use it. Might give us a better shot. And then we end our turn, right? We've only really got Shadow like left in the fight. Although our friend, ourselves here, I suppose. Okay, now she can whack him and kill him. Is there anything better than that? Is he dead? He's not dead. Can't kill him. I could shove him. But I can't, it won't do much. Because it won't, he's only got 1 HP. If I shove him, it won't kill him, right? Trying to push the target away. Chances it depends on your athletics are high if you're invisible. Jump. Move around him and shove him out of the fight. So move here. Can't target. I'm trying to target self. I'm trying to target him. It won't let me target him. Oh, there you go. I'll kill a creature with full damage and it's got an achievement. Nice. We've got a little bit of movement. We could go up for here. Well, I guess we want to get back down again, don't we? She doesn't have any range, does she? She's got Firebolt. I guess we need to use our turn to get in a position that's better. So let's maybe move here.
Heading there.
Okay. Ending turn. My turn as Kate Blanchett. Branchett, sorry, my bad. Pack tactics off balance. Right. Exposing bite. Inciting howl. Gathers your pack. Each ally within earshot can move an additional 3 meters during the next turn. He's only got like 7 health. Should we do bite? He died. Okay. I gotta remember to use my scroll wheel. Can I bite him as well? Not enough resources. I can move closer to him, which could be a distraction. Maybe. Has he run out of stuff? He can still move. Let's move closer. I can still move. He gets more movement or something. I could jump and confuse him with my jumping. I don't have any like biting to do. I can just move. I could get behind him. And then end my... I can still move again? Just stay there. Liam Hemsworth is still alive. My turn. I can shoot this guy. I've got 65% chance of shooting him. I missed. Brilliant. Not enough resources for that. I can move now, though. Can I shove him? He's too heavy to shove. He's too heavy to shove. What can I do? Dash. I can get into the fray. I can get to here. And then we're all in a position to, like, bludgeon him and stuff.
On the way.
I mean, I don't know. He's surrounded by our people. Have I done all the things? Oh. Friendly. My turn as Shadow. Right, what are my choices here? I could do some fire at the big boy. I missed him. Turds. Can I heal people? Maybe I need to choose to heal somebody. Can I shield of faith somebody? Who's like the lowest health? Puppy. I can shield of faith Puppy. Double defeat dash. Can just move closer. Rego range is 8 meters. You have 30 meters of movements per turn. You'd always want to use all of it. We need to stop rolling like me. It's so bad, isn't it? Do I give him... Can I give Kate the shield? Because I don't know what else I could really achieve. I can't, like, hurt anybody. Can I go move? I can't do anything else, right? I can move, though, can't I? I don't know. Am I done? Probably move. Kate was hurt too, so that's a good call. So how do I move down there? What do I click on? Unequip that? Like, what do I... I'm so confused. Just move down. If she will jump down, if she can path there. I don't know how to do it, though. It's saying not enough resources. So I don't know. I don't remember what to click on to get her to move instead of like anything else. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm like literally like what I know to like click. I assume haven't run out of turns, have I? Because the line isn't red. Escape. Okay. Thank you for that.
Heading there.
There we go. She won't go down there. Okay, now she's going. Okay, ending turn. Because we can't go anywhere else now. Okay. Ally. Now he's surrounded. Now I'm back to Kate and I'm shielded. I can do an exposing bite. Inciting howl. Gather your pack. Each ally within earshot can move an additional 3 meters doing that. So, exposing bite. 4 to 7 damage or 5 to 15. We did it.
Inside, all of you,
we did it.
Open the gate.
We won. Never reach an obstacle, they will hold on. Did it. Well done, everybody. Well done. We learned a thing or two. It was good. Oh, so you can move regularly again? Yeah, I know, yeah. It's pretty intense. I can drink some water. My brain. Yeah. Thank you. Amaze balls. I must hydrate. There's a lot of brain moisture going. This stuff. Don't loot red bodies. Don't loot red bodies. Why? Will I get a disease or something? Oh, it's stealing because they're allies, is it? They might see it. I see. Anything highlights in red. Can I be me again?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Can I just stay as a puppy? Look how big we are. We're so huge. Look. Wee. He's running with us. Shadow is dancing with me. Play the way we want. You have to catch fleas now. Oh, they're following me. Yay, puppy dance. Left side of the action panel is the head with the star over it. I'm not... I will definitely do it. Me and my friend, when we played Diablo, we just like spin in circles sometimes because it's funny. Chests and other items, that too. I see. If it's red, it counts as stealing. I see. Can I... Okay, if I accidentally press space now... Okay, goblin tracker. I see. So this thing... I would never have realised that. This thing here... Oh, because it's a... Is it because it's a friend? If you have a puppy, next best thing is to be a puppy. Oh, no. Anybody in red... Oh, the frames are going a bit crazy there. So he's... I can loot him.
What's inside?
Can I loot as a puppy? Oh my god, he's so cute and fluffy. I just want to befriend him. Gold. Goblin bow and grease bottle. Okay. Do I go back to being Kate? Ooh, gold. Goblin scimitar. Spiked shield. Gloves of power. On a melee hit, possibly inflict penalties to the target's attack rolls and saving throws. Sleight of hand. And a skull. Interesting. Wait. Do I switch back?
No time to rest.
Say that again. The case of Pages have a screenshot of his druid in a badger form seen on a bench. Looks hilarious. Is it because they killed him? So their loot. Behind the action panel. Do you want to befriend the puppy like your friend Focus and Conan? No. I am the puppy this time. Sell the skull to the next Khitan trader. Yeah. On the right side of the action panel. Next. Oh, this one. Go back to being a hot lady. Oh, yeah. Say goodbye to the fleas, lady. Okay. So now we loot all the things. There we go. Excellent. Let's take all the things. Ooh, loads of weapons. We got a morning star. A broken loot. Let's loot the warg. Okay. So, okay. So if I... Because they were allies, the red people... I can't, if I loot them, it classes as stealing, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Loot the loot. You looted a broken loot. That's good luck. It's good luck. I got some morsels. Where's the other turd wallets?
Let's move.
Okay. Where's the guy that I pushed off a cliff? Oh, that's the guy I pushed off a cliff. Getting used to the camera. Oh, take all. Hope I'm not making you dizzy. Friendos. Alright.
I've got a long road ahead.
Put the camera back. I've got to get used to not WASDing.
Don't waste a step.
We did see, there was a, like a... What's it called? Oh, God. Words are hard sometimes. There was a, like a portal or something, wasn't there? Which we missed out on. Emerald Grove.
And you was ready to let them have us. There are children here, you fool! We was running for our lives.
He's reading all
You led
them.
them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too.
Power
Unbelievable!
Rangers. F5. Oh yeah, save. I gotta remember to save. I'm so used to things auto-saving. Oh, you led them straight to us and let them take the druid too. Unbelievable. Wait, well there's one goblin, there's 10. Where there's one goblin, there's 10. I'm leaving before the horde shows up. One fight just ended and now you're picking another. Relax. Druid, those goblins didn't take any prisoners. You can cover up any payment anytime now. One fight just ended.
Dead at the gate. Shut it, Horns! I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any
Like the
longer.
handsome guys from the last
My
fight's friend or
duty
someone
is to
else
this
instead.
camp.
Oh,
God forbid
Hemsworth.
you
Is this
risk your precious
Hemsworth?
tale, but I shouldn't be surprised. Foul-bloods ain't known for
I don't know.
courage.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench.
He has spirit.
He's about to erupt.
Stand back and watch. Melee attack. Take a swing at the tiefling. Which one's the tiefling? Him or Liam? Aim a blow at the human, trying to knock him flat on his back. Persuasion. Persuasion. Okay. Should I save? In case we don't like our roll. Rolling the dice. +1 charisma. 1 is bad. 1 is bad. I'm learning now. Tieflings have butts. Tieflings have horns. Tieflings have butts. The horn ones are tieflings. Bat Smart has been an interesting addition to this. Kate Blanchett. More violence what brings back. Let's stop and think. So he's going to punch him anyway.
With a thunk, the armored man collapses, unconscious.
Enough. The goblins
He's not
have found
wrong.
us. No doubt the beasts will be back. We need to pack up and leave. Immediately.
Quick save. Is Liam our buddy now?
As they did each other.
Do we want to be friends with him?
Let's try to avoid any more punching. We need to find a healer.
Whew. Interesting. Do we want to redo that? Will he become our friends if we're like, do we break the ladder? Oh, there's people up here. How do I can't move any further. Oh, he disappeared. Liam! Liam! Join our party, friend. I like how detached your character looked when the tiefling hit the ranger guy. It's been fun. My character and I have made out flying up to us. I need to head towards him. Alright, lovely. Just want to see one last thing. What do we do now? Pickpocket? I'm not going to pick his pocket. Should we speak to him?
Now that's settled. Thank you for your help out there.
What? We're trying to help you. We're trying to help Liam. This is a druid grove. Head up the ladder. Oh, thank you for your help up there, I'm Kate Blanchett. What is this place? I take my thanks in coin. My goodness.
Druid's grove, dedicated to the Oak Father Sylvanus. You'll find its keepers just as thorny, I fear. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve.
I won't be saying likely to find a healer.
Goblin got you. The druid Halsin's a renowned healer, but he didn't make it back from Aradin's expedition. If it's not too serious, you could try his apprentice Nettie. She's with the other druids in the inner grove. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
Oh, this ritual has no way to convince the druids to stop it.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though? I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing else.
See what I can do. Got my own problems. What are you offering for my aid?
Really? We're messengers now.
We'd owe you a great debt.
I don't care about Astarion.
Now, we won't make it to the city.
He's a twat face.
You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
We don't like Astarion. He's weird. Talk to him. Ah, Liam.
First, I damn near die at the hands of goblins. Then
He's a bit dramatic.
foul blood takes his frustrations out on me. I'm done with this hellhole.
Those
Okay.
two must have history.
Never mind their history. Let's look for help.
I could remove the stick of his butt. Yeah, definitely. Liam will... I'm sure he'll be friends with us eventually. Can I use the ladder?
I need a quick word.
Oh, hey there.
Glad you were here for those goblins. Picked one off yesterday myself. Shot her through the throat. Well, that should have killed her, but she kept gasping. Clawing at the arrow.
Your first kill, don't worry, gets easier. I wish I'd seen that. It's boring when they just drop dead. Oh my god. Taking life always has a cost. You have to feel it or you'll lose who you are. That's a good one.
I had the same thought. And it's just going to keep happening.
Mm-hmm. Can we be friends with you?
Next. No.
Examine her.
You made it look so easy. The killing.
Oh. Okay. I think we've had our chat with her now. There's more people over here. Sorry to stand on your friend's corpse. Can I...
He's not breathing! Go find a healer!
I'm not sure that's going to help.
He's gone.
Look at that guy with the horns, his facial expression. Oh. You need to avenge his spill some goblin blood. I'm sorry it happened so fast. He's dead. Stop wasting your time. Sorry.
Someone's going to pay for this.
Arka, no! Wait! What are you doing?
I'm not going to loot his body. I can examine it. Cool. Thank you for letting me know not to loot it. A warhorn. Oh look. It rallies them. Ah.
Never a dull moment.
Interesting. How do I find my guardian, friendo? Don't tell me.
Doubt we'll be safe here for long, though.
Oh, it's me just thinking out loud.
There'll be more coming. Goblins hunt in packs.
You could hold off a horde of goblins from this position. Why not take your chances on the road? You're scared of a few goblins. Pathetic. Well, she's lovely.
Maybe, but we're not fighters. If they broke through, it'd be a massacre. The sooner we leave for Baldur's Gate, the better.
The name is... she looks like Cate Blanchett, doesn't she? Like, that's what I was like. She looks like Cate Blanchett. And then Neff was like... It was Neff's idea, Cate Blanchett, to give him credit. You are incapable of choosing the evil options, right? I totally fell at that as well. I have no such problems. I could so see that, Calendros. I definitely think we'll do a run where we'll be like a bad guy. I'd love to do that. As long as I don't like exhaust myself on this game. I'd like to do that. It'd be fun. I sometimes plan on playing an evil character and find myself playing the night time. I just find like, especially if there are other people, like you're trying to influence other people to like befriend you in the game. I just feel like I can't make the bad, like the mean choices. And I also just don't want to generally, you know what I mean? Sooner we leave for Baldur's Gate, the better. How far are we from the city?
If the road was clear, 10 days walk maybe. But while the goblins are out there, it might as well be the other side of the world.
Okay. Everyone's rallied.
Please. Feel like we're being watched.
May he rest by your side. He
What is
never
happening?
hurt anyone. He always knew what to say. Not now.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Apologise. Oh wait, I've got to press Alt. Anything else I can look at? Cannon. Yeah, but I'm not going to loot him. Is that it? Is this what Kel wanted me to see so much? Oh, there's stuff over there. I can't loot that because it's stealing. Can you go look for something? Can you go look for something before I head to bed? It's a little fun thing. Calendros! Don't be a turd while it's... You want to find something?
Yeah. That would be good.
Tell me which direction you want me to go in. Go on then.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Wooden crate. Open crate. Ooh. Road dust grey clothes. Lovely. Ooh, carrots, courgettes and potatoes. When? It's that time of day, chat. Don't think about food. The Hollow.
Looking ahead.
Aha. Okay.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right now.
Refugees, adventurers. No one in years, and suddenly we're overwhelmed. Well met. And thank you for beating back those goblins. Most brave of you. Is there anything you need? I lower my prices for fellow druids, but you'll need to be quick. The ritual will be complete before too long.
Are you really looking down the grove? What are you selling?
I know it's drastic, but more monsters seem to terrorize this
Night,
region
night. All right,
every
lovely.
day.
More monsters seem to terrorize this region every day. Well, just start talking about what are you selling. What about the people here?
The druids will be safe. As for those that took refuge here, well, may Sylvanas guard them as they continue their travels.
You said the region's overrun by monsters. They won't survive by themselves. Die times, high stakes, I understand. Seems like most are tieflings. They'll be fine. They have devilish powers.
As I said, it's a drastic measure. But the survival of the grove is paramount. There just aren't enough supplies to support everyone.
What are you selling?
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Gib. I'll take him. Ooh. How on earth do I decide what to buy from this guy? There is your merchant, so you can jump back to camp and sell all your wares to sell to him.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
Calm down. Please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
Well, chat, I think this is a really good place to end it for today. Thank you everybody so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for all the help. It's been really good fun. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the people who bought merch from the new merch store that launched today. There's a link in the chat if you want to check out the merch. It's my first ever merch drop. So yes, very exciting. I really appreciate everyone's help, honestly, and patience and all that stuff. We will definitely continue this. I want to play